Welcome to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. We are here, and this place is absolutely amazing. This course has a little bit of everything to test the Ultra 4 car to its limits, and this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest. We have Hunter Biddle making his Ultra 4 USA debut in the Youth 1K with Jet full throttle chambers way out front. We have Joe Fabrizio just over my shoulder, and he is up on the rock climb, having a little bit of issues, a little crossed up. But he's out there running. We do have two of the Youth 1Ks out there run along. We do not have racing tracks for this race, but we will for the rest of them. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I am Miles Hasselquist, and we are going to have a great afternoon of racing. So out front, we have Jet Full Throttle Chambers with his dad, Jared, riding shotgun number 9513 out of Corydon, Iowa, with Jet Full Throttle Racing. He's in the Youth 1K class. He's in a Polaris with CW Motorsports, Tire Spine, and a Maxxis. And then behind me right now at Rockface is Hunter Biddle and Joe Fabrizio. Joe Fabrizio is physically out of the car right now, spotting, maybe doing a little winching. Number 107 out of Longmont, Colorado with Hunter Racing. He's in a Can-Am side-by-side performance, Elite Power Sports of Colorado, and Warren Racing. These two young guns will do one 12-lap race today, and we are looking right now at the PCI start-finish. All part of the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. It's a great stepping stone from the Youth 170s to this Youth 1K, and then they'll move on up to either the stock, the open, or the pro modified class from here. But it's a great way for them to kind of stair-step their way through. So age range for this is 12 to 16 years of age for the Youth 1K. Got a little bit of wind down here, so found some rocks. There's plenty of them here. Got them on all my paperwork. And it looks like Jet Chambers could have already finished this race. We had to tear down from qualifying, drive about a 20-minute, pretty rough drive back to Rockface, get everything set up. So we did miss the start of this race. I hate to see that. And it does look like Hunter Biddle has pulled off. Just to the left of your screen, he was on that trail trying to make it up and has pulled off course. Not exactly sure. We're sending some recovery over there to check on him. But it looks like he's probably going to call it. So tough break for Hunter Biddle. But I do believe Jet Chambers just threw down a lap of 39 minutes and 42 seconds. And I'm guessing a 30-minute lap earlier. So I think they'll be able to shave 10 minutes off this. So we'll see as the classes get bigger and faster. It's going to be very, very interesting, but it's still really cool to let these young guns go out there and run around. So Jet Chambers, your unofficial winner in the Youth 1K. Hunter Biddle gave it all he had, made it just over the halfway mark for him. I'm at race mile number 7 here at Rockface. So tough break for Hunter Biddle. We're going to send some of our Area 51 guys out there and go check on them. And then up next, right around 1 p.m., we should be starting the stock and open, and that's going to be a wild, wild race. We've got probably 20-plus UTVs that'll be out here. Again, I'm at race mile 7, so it'll take them, I'm going to say, 20 minutes or so to get to me once they take the green flag at the PCI start-finish. I'm down here at the Rockface, the Brannock Bowl, and there is a lot of options. So behind me, what you can see right there on screen, there's just a wide open face, and cameras never do it justice. But right in the center of your screen, you can kind of see a little upside down V going up there, and those are two of the main lines they'll be hitting. But at the bottom, there's those that creek, so they'll splash up there, and the more that hit it, the wetter it gets. And we saw some struggles yesterday during pre-running. So if you're on YouTube, hopefully you're tuned in and enjoying this. Let me know how it's looking. Let me know how it's sounding. And if you have any questions, I'll be flipping back and forth between YouTube, the live timing that is ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And then later on today, we'll have racing tracks. So be sure to have all three of those open. And it's going to be a good day of racing. Checking a few things on my end, but everything is looking good. Again, there are two competitors out on course. Jet Full Throttle Chambers just won it unofficially with a 39-minute, 42-second lap. They were only running one lap. The rest of the day, they'll be running 3 laps with a lot more competitors out on course. So up next will be the stock and open classes. So 2 UTV classes racing at the same time. The stock class and the all things UTV open class. So it's going to be a wild race for sure. And then after that is the pro modified. And it's a debate whether it's who's faster, pro modified or open. And it's open for discussion, I'll tell you that. It depends on who's racing and what they've got out here. And I do believe Hunter Biddle did pull off at race mile number 7 and is out of the race. So tough break for that young man, making his debut in the Youth 1K class. There we go. Sorry, I had to reboot my computer here to get up the new live feed. I was watching the old one. That looks a little better. But Richard, thank you for tuning in and letting me know everything's working good on our end. And we are just finishing up the Youth 1K. Jet Full Throttle Chambers unofficially wins this race. Hunter Biddle made it to race mile 7 and pulled off, but Jet Chambers with a 39.42. So again, make sure you get on racing tracks. Go to our live timing at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing we have right here in the Big B studio at race mile 7 at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface. We've got one camera here. We got a couple cameras here. We got a drone. We're trying to tech it out right now to get it going. We got one other cell phone we're trying to get lined out in the middle of the course, and then obviously right there at the PCI start-finish as well. So Davis is located in scenic south central Oklahoma in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. We're 1 hour south of Oklahoma City, about 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas. And Turner Falls, one of the state's tallest waterfalls, is just right down the road. It's 77 foot tall, and it drops into just an awesome swimming hole. Elevation here in Davis is roughly 850 feet. Population is just shy of 3,000 people. The Crossbar Ranch has over 6,500 acres with over about 200 miles of trails. The park is ran by a good dude of Justin Ramsey, but it's owned by the city of Davis, Oklahoma. On a good weekend, they have about 3,000 people to come out here and wreck wheel and have a good time. The park is open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. This weekend, it's $30 per person. Kids 9 and under are free. And it's they've got great camping spots. They've got unlimited dry camping. They got a dump station on site, and it's just a really cool spot to go check out. This is round number 1 in the Central Series for Ultra 4 USA. Next up is round 2 in the Eastern Series. They're at Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd. And then we go straight from there to Moab. Area BFE, May 9th and 10th. And then we go back to our Central Series at the Badlands Off-Road Park, June 6th and 7th. And then we go to our third race in the Eastern at the AOP in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th and 28th. And then we go to Buffalo Chip in Sturgis, South Dakota during Bike Week, August 1st and 2nd. Then we go back to Vegas to Reno, August 13th through the 16th. And then we go back to the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin for the Ultra 4 Short Course World Championship. And then back to Bowling Green during LS Fest at the Beach Bend Raceway, September 5th and 6th. And then we do go back to NorCal in Rancho Cordova in Northern California, just outside of Sacramento, September 19th and 20th. And then we end up the year for the Ultra 4 USA Nationals for the Laughlin Desert Classic in Laughlin, Nevada, October 16th through the 18th. It's going to be a great season. It's going to be a busy season, so make sure you tune in and check everything out. Again, this is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. The Youth 1K race just ended. Jet Chambers takes the unofficial win, and then it's Hunter Biddle. Up next is the UTV 4900 Stock and Open Class. The Open Class is presented by All Things UTV. Had a fun chat with Dustin Robbins just a little bit ago. And, man, it's been a great, great weekend thus far, and it's only getting started. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Rock Racing. We need to give a huge shout out to all our volunteers out here. The Area 51 crew has been here longer than we have, getting the course all set up. They've been helping us recovery, set up course, and doing everything in between. So a huge shout out to the Area 51 crew, the Ultra 4 USA staff, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. Oh, getting some chatter over the PCI Race Radio. It sounds like we will be live racing once again at 1 p.m. for the Stock and the Open. This is while we make sure the course is clear and ready for the next race. The Youth 1K just ended, and Jet Full Throttle Chambers takes the win with a 39.42. And then Hunter Biddle takes a DNF at race mile 7. What a great race by both of those young gentlemen, but a huge shout out to Jet Full Throttle Chambers. It's been a lot of fun watching these kids grow up, and it's the future of our sport. I absolutely love it. So it looks like we're about 20 minutes away from waving the green flag once again. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more racing action. Welcome back to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. The Ultra 4 UTV, the open and the stock class, is about to take off. Waiting for my live scoring to update, and we will be live racing here very, very soon. I see him stage. I heard they're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. We should have 24 cars if they all make it to the start line. This is going to be another awesome race. Our Youth 1Ks just finished up with Jet Chambers taking that top spot. And behind him it was Hunter Biddle. This race will be on adjusted time. So that means your time starts when you take the green flag. So every 30 seconds, one at a time. So the 10th guy takes off 5 minutes behind number one and has that in his pocket at the end of the race if it works. Because you could physically finish first and not win this race. It kind of comes down to the wire. We'll see how it all shakes out. Again, thank you for everybody tuning in to the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. I am Miles Hasselquist, and we are about to get this party started. And there it is, the timing updates. And Nick Anderson is patiently awaiting to take that green flag for a 3-lap race, 16 miles. So it's roughly 48 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain we could find here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Brian Trotter's been on the PCI Race Radio making sure everything's good to go. I believe Paul Wolf is still working on his car, so he may not be able to take his starting position. He was supposed to start 7th, but if he doesn't show up in time, he'll take a rear start. So off the line first is the 3402 of Nick Anderson, the fastest pole setter this morning in the UTV class, with Anthony Denny riding shotgun out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing. He's in a Can-Am Maverick R with Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, SE Powder Sports, Warren, and Factor 55. Going to make it, but he's working on that car, trying to get it going. So we have the 529 of Cody Willenborg and Randy Dassenbach riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois, with CW Motorsports and that Pro R AMS. All Balls, Tire Spine, Bellray, I&W Fab, Braille Batteries, Optimate, Polaris Factory, and CW Motorsports. Right behind him was Robert Liebel, number 441, with Tony Busby riding shotgun out of Quinlan, Texas, with Liebel Racing. And his Can-Am X3 with Rigid Excavation, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shops, OBOR Tires, Double E Racing. And off the line now is Jay Shaw, number 17, out of Trussville, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle, and that CT Raceworks Can-Am, Maverick R, OBOR Tires, Raceline, and Double E Racing. Off the line next is the number 47 of Philip McGilton out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports, and his Can-Am with Southern Tire Mart at Pilot, Yokohama, and Simpson. And off the line next is Adam Brown, the number 334, with Alan Clark riding shotgun out of Selma, Alabama, with All Geared Up Racing in his Polaris Pro R, Craftworks Supercharger, MRT, CA Technologies, PPEI Tuning, Craftworks, and Trail Armor. And off the line just there was the 614 of Mitchell Roccacelli with Gene riding shotgun out of Beaver Dam, Virginia with ECE Off-Road Racing and his Can-Am, ISG Rents, East Coast Earthworks, Infrastructure Solutions, JW Performance, and Triangle Cycles. And supposed to be off the line next is Paul Wolf. I'm trying to get a visual. That is not Paul Wolf, so he missed his spot. So he'll take a rear start. That was Mark McCleary, number 717, with Tyler Nolik riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing and his Can-Am, CA Technologies, Wayland Speed, PATV. And off the line next, number 64, Kurt the Rocket Mackey out of Omaha, Nebraska with TR Racing and his Can-Am with JW Performance, Double E, TR Racing, Maxxis, CT Raceworks. So this is going to be a great race. It's a 3-lap race, 16 miles per, so that's roughly 48 miles. And off the line next is number 69, Cameron Dickey out of Norfolk, Nebraska with CD Racing and his Kawasaki with a Craftworks Supercharger, Power Sports Nation, Brute Performance, Mikey Speed and Fab, and Sedona Tire. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and I'm at Rockface, the Brannock Bowl. I'm at race mile number 7, so we should see our leader through here in probably 10 to 15 minutes. Off the line now is the number 211 of Ian Dickey out of Norfolk, Nebraska with Ian Dickey Racing and his Polaris Pro R with Power Sports Nation, Double E Suspension, Sedona Tire, and PPEI Tuning. And off the line there was the 888 of Dan Hill and Caleb Trumbull riding shotgun out of Omaha, Nebraska with FP Racing and that Can-Am, CT Raceworks, MRT, RCV, Power Sports Nation, G-Force, KWI, and Spider Graphics. We have 8 competitors in the stock class and 16 competitors in the open. So we'll see how it all plays out. And off the line next is the number 98 of Jason Washburn out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee with Wide Open Design. And his Wide Open Design single-seat chassis and a Polaris Turbo R, Radflow, RCV, PRP, and Warn. He debuted that car at King of the Hammers just a few months ago, but had some drivability issues. So off the line next is Mr. Paul Wolf. So he missed his starting spot, so he took off in Raceline and RCV. And it looks like that's one of the Van Eperons, and it is. That is number 5, Owen Van Eperen, O-Show himself, with Luke Stubbs riding shotgun out of Freedom, Wisconsin, with Van Eperen Racing. He's in a Yamaha Racing R-Max, Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, and GBC Tires. And right behind him is his dad, Rodney Van Eperen, with his other son, Ethan Van Eperen, riding shotgun for his first time ever being in a race car during a race. Pretty cool for Rodney to share this experience with his son, Ethan, out of Freedom, Wisconsin, with Van Eperen Racing and that Yamaha Racing R-Max, Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, and GBC Tires. They first started racing with us at King of the Hammers 2023. Off the line next is the 315 of Clay Wallstat out of Air Capital Construction. And then last but not least, making his Ultra 4 USA debut is the 1227 of Randy Shahan out of Wiley, Texas, with Garrett Paver riding shotgun with Regular Guy Racing and his Polaris, Certified American, Power Sports Nation, Amsoil, Rugged, and Raceline. Chris with Take It Live is back home, switching the show, putting it all up to the YouTubes, and running a great race. So thanks for all your help, buddy. It's been a great time, and love working with you guys. It's been a great relationship with Ultra 4 for such a long time. Well, since I started broadcasting back in 2012. So, yeah, we've been buddies for a long time, and what a great time we've had in putting on some amazing racing. Let's see who's over here in the YouTube chats. Looks like the Texas Redneck, Greg Hayes, and Shane Saw. So, Greg, yes, there is live tracking. Go to Racing Tracks and you can watch the map. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the live timing at the PCI start finish. So, again, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for live timing at start finish. But for Racing Tracks out on course, go find them. Hit Racing Tracks, find the Crossbar, go to the left little 3 hashtags, go down here and turn on open, and then go ahead and go down and hit stock as well, and that'll pop up all of our cars that are out there racing. Hit show all. Getting everything lined up. So there we go. I should be good. So again, I'm at race mile number 7. Trying to zoom in here to see where our leaders are. And if it's got a little red dot at the bottom, that means that they are stopped. And it looks like it's the 529 of Cody Willenborg, who is our physical race leader, doing 24 miles an hour. Where's he at? Looks like he is roughly race mile number 5. And then Robert Lee Bull. And then Jay Shaw, our top 3. And I'm very surprised to see Nick Anderson, our fastest pole setter of the day in the UTVs, is stopped out on course, as well as Mark McClary. So Jay Shaw had a ping at 120, and Robert Lee Bull a ping at 119. They're neck and neck, so a couple minutes apart. Remember to click and see when it pinged last. They ping about every 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, I am getting an update from David Clay with the Racing Tracks. Mark McClary is stopped and pressed their hazard. So they're getting something fixed. Could be a tire, could be an axle, not sure. But they're hoping to be moving again shortly. So thanks for that update. And when they hit that update on there, it warns everybody that's behind them within 1,000 feet that somebody is stopped on course and ready to just pay attention, make sure everything's okay. So it still looks like Cody Willenborg is out front on racing tracks. Then it's Jay Shaw, then Robert Lee Bull. And just getting some updates from our buddies over at Area BFE. So what's going on with Anderson? We see on the tracker he's got a red dot at the bottom. Well, nope, he is back and moving. He had a red dot. What was going on?
They said he was just having a little difficulty getting up screen door, but apparently he made it through.
And I assume you've made it up screen door more than one time, right? So how tough is that course out there?
I'd say it's pretty. It's legit for sure.
I love it.
Screen door can. A lot of guys make it look easy, and sometimes I make it look really tough.
I could see that, yeah. But there's so many great obstacles. We're here at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface, and this is a fun place. A lot of spectators come here. There's lines that are easy, there's lines that are hard, and it's such a cool spot.
Absolutely.
So you're with Area BFE, and you've been out here longer than we have, and helping everything set up.
Area 51.
Yeah, what did I say?
BFE.
Area something. Thanks for catching that. The Area 51 crew is out here, and they've been helping marking course and clearing course and keeping everything running smooth. How many volunteers come from your side? Do you have 10 plus?
Well, our little group itself is there's six of us in there, not including our wives. But
well, they're not here this weekend.
No, no, they usually do make it out, but they all had other stuff to do this weekend. So.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Thanks for all your help. Yeah, Hoffman, right?
Yes.
Yep. And then the other Chris, Doug, Mike, ML, and Walls. I mean, you guys have been out here doing some great. And I see dust coming, so that must be Cody Willenborg. So we'll get Jack in the air with that Believe Cam drone and chase him through the woods. So, yeah, Hoffman, what's your next step from here? You just kind of roaming around, making sure everything's going smooth?
Yeah, whatever. They hit us on the radio if they need something. And we do a lot of running around, just running if they need something somewhere or somebody somewhere or whatever.
Yeah, no, again, thank you from me and all of Ultra 4. You guys have wined and dined us. We've had some fun. You've been helping out on course. It's been awesome. But I got physical eyes on Cody Willenborg as he comes blasting through and heading up Rockface right up the gut and just getting all sorts of slideways right there, having some fun. What a great obstacle this is. And that spot right there, I think, is going to be the preferred line. And it's going to get wetter and wetter and wetter.
It might not be so preferred the more it wet.
No doubt. And I'm going to kind of zoom in here, see where we're at. So Cody Willenborg's got maybe a mile lead over everybody else. Up next should be Cameron Dickey's moved his way up. So what happened to Lee Bull and Shaw? Let me get a time stamp. Dickey was 125. Shaw was 123, so pretty accurate. Lee Bull was a 120, so fairly accurate. I think Dickey will be our next one through here, but I think nope, it just updated on me. Jay Shaw should be our next one through. So you got to play with this racing tracks. It updates about every 2 or 3 minutes, and it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. But yeah, Cody Willenborg out front, running strong.
I got to grab this phone call.
All right. Well, Hoffman, always a pleasure, buddy.
Yes,
thank you, and we'll see you around. Go do some work.
Thanks, Miles.
Yeah, the Area 51 crew has been out here doing some great things, helping everybody out. So, again, a huge shout-out to that whole team, and what a great time it has been. So I hear somebody, and I see somebody. Well, I see a brown car. I think that's Jay Shaw. They're all turning brown on me now. Hey, Jed, how you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's a lot of fun, and a 39-minute lap, that ain't too bad.
Yeah.
You pretty stoked about it?
Yep, first big win in a race like this, and man, I'm just super proud of myself right now. It's awesome course, especially this rock face. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, and you blasted right up the center. So here comes our next competitor. I believe it's going to be Jay Shaw, and it looks like... No, that's Lee Bull. So Robert Lee Bull's our next competitor through. And he heads up right up where everybody else is going, and look how slick it actually is.
Yeah.
So you went up that line as well, right, Jet?
Correct.
Yeah, and there was no water on the rocks when you went up, so you blasted up, spun a little bit of tires, but you and your dad made it look pretty easy and had a great run.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. And you're from Missouri area, right?
Southern Iowa.
Southern Iowa, Corydon, right?
Corydon.
I messed it up.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, so fairly local to myself. I'm just outside of Kansas City and Paola, so you're probably 3 hours north of me.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, coming out here to Davis, Oklahoma, and putting on a show. And Hunter Biddle made his Youth 1K debut, and you had a pretty good lead on him, so you were running strong.
I think that was his first race though, and he did pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. You got to learn somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So I hear somebody. This is Jay Shaw, number 17 with Adventure Lifestyle. Jay Shaw is flying through here, so we should see him in just a moment. And everybody's taking that center line. And there goes Jay Shaw, physical third. Let me see where they started.
Straight up, no problem.
So Nick Anderson was our pole setter. We haven't seen him yet. So then Cody Willenberg on adjusted time and physicals out front. Then Robert Lee Bull, then Jay Shaw. And here comes Dickey. Yes, it is the number 69 of Cameron Dickey. He started back in 11th position. So I'm going to take that back on adjusted time.
Yeah.
Cameron Dickey is flying.
Yeah, he's doing good.
And I hear somebody else. You can hear him coming from a ways away, can't you?
Yeah.
Jet Full Throttle Chambers is here in the Big B studio with me. And this is Anderson, I believe. Yes, it is. The 3402 of Nick Anderson should be coming into screen here in just a moment. And you can tell who pre-ran. They're all taking the same line you did, Jet.
Yep.
So I can't remember. Did you take a right where he did, or did you go straight up?
I went more to the left.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
You went a little left.
It takes a little bit more time, but for me, it's easier.
Yeah. So this is a 16-mile race. You did 12 miles, so you missed about 4 miles out back. Give us a rundown on what you thought of the course for today.
Super fun. I think I told you this earlier, but I absolutely love the technical stuff. That's just how I became myself. I mean, I trail ride on the technical stuff at my favorite parks, and just super fun. Not a lot of fast spots. There's the pasture out there, but a lot of small rocks every now and then. But I especially love Rock Face here, and there's that little V-notch hill back there.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
So what was your favorite part of the course? Was it those two sections, you think?
Yeah.
What was the hardest part out there?
The hardest part.
Was it sitting next to your dad?
No.
That was the funnest part, right?
Yeah. Probably coming into here and up that.
Okay, so the tight technical, it is hard, but if that's what you love, that's not hard to you.
Yeah.
And then coming up here, Rock Face, it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
So if you're just joining a stock and open class, they're running 3 laps at 16 miles per, so 48 miles out here. This is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Up next will be the Pro Modified class, and then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, we'll kick off the EMC, and then 1 p.m. will be the 4400. And at the lunch break, from noon to 1 will be the 170s. And here comes Mitchell Roccacelli coming through, taking a different line and really splashing through.
Never seen anyone take that line.
I've seen that line. I'm going to call it's the easiest because there's the most traction, but it takes you around the hill a bit further.
Yeah. Yep. They say the further left you go on Rock Face, the easier it gets.
Yep, and that's what he did. He's smooth and consistent. Here's another one coming through. And I hear another one off in the distance as well as they're dropping into Kelly's cut. So that's a CA. That's Mark McCleary. Great to see him moving once again because he was stopped out on course for just a moment. Glad to see him back in action. Did you have to stop out on course at all?
Nope.
I'm curious to see if I don't remember your lap time. 39 something, right?
Yeah, it was
39:42. Does that sound right?
I don't know.
Let's make it up. 39:42. We'll see if you can hang with the big dogs.
So, There's a lot of these Mav R's out here today.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Those they came out a couple of years ago, and they are getting better and better.
Yep. There's Paul Wolf.
Oh, Paul Wolf. So he was supposed to start up front, but had some kind of mechanical issue. So he started a little bit further in the pack,
Yeah.
but he's running strong. So Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. Take a Jets line up the rock face here at the Brannock Bowl.
I didn't think Paul was going to be able to race because I heard he had a drive shaft.
Yeah, he had a drive shaft. Able to fix it. That guy is a madman, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's crazy. But he's a good dude.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, he's definitely working his way up to being a top-tier racer with Ultra 4. And
oh, yeah.
I think you got what it takes. You going to stick around and have some fun with us?
Well, I think we're gonna try to leave tonight after Cody's done.
Oh,
racing.
okay. You don't want to watch the 4400s tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow we're gonna go down to Texas to race like a muddy mounting course.
Okay, can't get enough of racing, huh? I like your style. So will you take this machine or a different one? Oh boy, putting it through its paces, huh? Oh, and here we go. Oh, we just saw it for a minute. We got a camera out on screen. I believe Nick. And again, if you can't tell, I can't tell. It's a little tough, but how cool is this to have another shot in the trees back there? We're trying some new things. And really cool. Mention of our volunteers out on site, helping set that up. RDP's been helping babysit myself and him and everybody else, getting everything going on. Chris Lundy would take it live is back home.
Man, there's a lot of excitement out here today.
Oh, it's absolutely awesome. I'm going to hop off for just a minute, buddy. Stay here. I got to talk to the drone dude real quick.
All right.
So we got a camera at this PCI start finish here at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface at race mile 7. It's actually 6.5, I believe. And then this should be race mile about 8. I believe that's Trap Door. I should know that. I can't remember. You remember where that's at?
Yeah.
There's a stock bypass there. I know that.
Yeah, because the 4400s take that big.
Yeah.
Is the Schmidt My Pants?
Okay, that may be it.
I don't remember the name of it. I could be totally wrong.
Me too. I'm used to it. Trying to get everything updated.
Yeah, it doesn't show the times.
And I got an update from my good buddy RDP. He's at Dead Man Slide, so that's the camera we're watching. So we were both wrong.
Yeah. Was it Nick Anderson we saw run through there first?
Yeah, well, I think it was. It looked like a Mavar, so I'm going to
There's
guess it was.
another
Oh,
one.
there was another one. That could have been Mark McCleary at a quick glance.
Yeah, it kind of looked like it.
I knew if I asked the questions, I'd get the answers. Jeremy Dickinson and RDP corrected us. So Dead Man Slide is what we're watching now as they're racing on this 16-mile course.
Yep.
They're doing 3 laps. Jet only did 1, but had some fun. And I bet you were ready for another one, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. Oh, there was Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf, the number 1018, making it his way through there quick and easy. So let me get back on my tracker. And man, Cody Willenborg has a huge lead. He's already at race mile 11.
Oh, wow.
He's doing 20 miles an hour. Then it looks like Jay Shaw doing about the same at race mile 10 and a half. And there's somebody right behind him. And that is Robert Lee Bull. So Jay Shaw and Lee Bull are neck and neck.
Yeah.
Dickey's right behind them as well. And they've got a pretty good lead over everybody else. And then it looks like it is Eugene Christian. And then Nick Anderson. Paul Wolf, we just saw him go through.
Yep.
So that means Dead Man Slide is going to be, I'm going to call it race mile 8.
Oh, they switch it to the finish line.
All right, the PCI start finish, and now back to the Brannock Bowl where we're at here, right at Rockface. All right, making some notes to help everything go smooth this week. Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm here in the Big B studio. I'm Miles Hasquist. Joining me in the studio is none other than Jet Full Throttle Chambers. And we're having some fun, aren't we, buddy?
Yeah, this is fun.
And you're more than welcome to stick around for a bit. But if you want to bail, you can do that whenever you want, all right?
All right.
But if you're having fun, by all means.
Oh, I'm having fun, but we might have to go back and help Cody pit here soon.
Oh, you're with Cody Willenborg. Oh, that makes sense on the mud stuff because that's where he comes from. Okay. So is he going to leave here tonight and go do some mud racing too?
Yep.
You guys are animals. And Area 51 guys are telling me it's stacked up on screen door, one on a side. They're getting sorted, but yeah, there's some action back there on screen door. The Area 51 group is awesome.
Haven't seen anybody for a while here now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, let's see. It should have been, who's the last one through?
Sounds like somebody's coming.
So we've seen Paul Wolf.
Somebody's
there. So I haven't seen Dan Hill, I don't believe. Haven't seen Kurt Mackey. So we should be seeing Jason Washburn, both Van Epperens, Clay Wallstatt, Justin Barth, John Holsapple, and Randy Shahan. So we'll see if they, when they make it through, we'll try to keep an eye at the start finish there at Dead Man Slide and obviously right here at Rockface. But I see somebody right now. And here it is. Well, that is Jason Washburn. Yeah, I can tell that wide open designs machine. Dusting us out a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's making quick work up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface.
Yeah.
And seeing some more cars coming through, so we'll have another competitor through here at Rockface. Race mile 6.5 here in just a moment.
Man, he's climbing that like it's nothing.
Isn't it crazy? Have you paid attention to that car much?
Nope.
It started off as a Polaris, but wide open design. Adam Woodley and his crew rebuilt. It's a single seater, and it's a beautiful car. You need to go get up and close and check that thing out.
All right, I'll have to do that.
So there is Dead Man Slide for just a second, trying to see where these guys and gals are at. Well, I'm trying to think if there are any females racing this weekend. I don't recall any. Usually we have a few. But getting an update that Cody Willenborg is actually in the hot pits right now. Here comes the 47 of Philip McGilton out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Getting a little slideways.
Slideways. I like that's a good ring. Where'd you come up with that?
I don't know. It's in my head.
That was Dan Hill, the number 888. Yeah, Cody Willenborg, our physical race leader. Nets are up, door is open, and out of the race car. So remote pit is just before the finish. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
so
just a couple miles.
Yeah, a mile or two. So hopefully he can get back and going. Well, if he stopped, I can hop on the racing tracks Let's see. There's.
They said he's out of the vehicle, though?
No, I didn't mean to say it.
Oh.
Nets are up. Doors are open. So where is 529? There he is. So it's race mile 13 and a half. And I show him back and moving. How long ago was that? That was at 140. So I'm going to guess he was in and out of the pits.
Yep.
So pits, I'm going to call race mile 13. The PCI pits, race mile 13. And that means Robert Lee Bull is going to be catching him, and not too far behind him is Jay Shaw. So they're between 13 and 14 right now, so we should have them at the PCI start-finish. Oh, I'm going to say another 5 minutes or so. Let me see if I can pop back to Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports, and do we have a countdown? No, we're going to have to wait till they cross the line to see if they're going to beat old Jet Chambers' time. Let's see. I can probably go here. I want to see if I can find your lap time and get you official. So it should be under scoring. There we are. I found you. A 39.42. What did I write down? 39.42.
Yeah.
That ain't bad. So I'm excited to see where you stack up against the big dogs.
Doesn't show the other kid finish, did
No, he pulled off right down here.
Oh, he didn't finish.
Nope, I don't think so. Yeah, he pulled off and went off course. So he was kind of sitting on a side hill. The co-driver got out, and I don't know if he just got nervous or if there's something wrong with the car, but he did back down and pulled out.
Well, darn it.
Exactly. All right, so let's pop over to YouTube.
This is a pretty challenging race to be your first race.
Oh, 100%.
Which he's done the Youth 170s, correct?
Yeah, he's been racing Youth 170s for quite a while. So let's see. Looks like Cameron Dickey Racing is having some fun. We got Michaela, Shane Saw, and the white guy tuned in. Thanks for tuning in. That was the 211, I do believe, of Ian Dickey.
Yep.
Out of Norfolk, Nebraska, with Ian Dickey Racing, taking that far left line. Oh, he's stopping. I wonder if he's switching from high to low. I'm going to assume you stayed in high gear, right?
No, I switched to high and low a couple times.
Here, though? Didn't look like he slowed down much. Okay, yeah. So he did switch to low gear, which I'm a little surprised about, but that gives you that lower gear. And he's making it up. You can see him on the left of your screen, right there behind the G-Force Racing flag.
Crawled right up it.
Oh, and Shane Saw's let me know that Wide Open Design did a whole YouTube series on the build. I didn't watch the series. I just watched it on social, and it is an absolute beautiful car of Jason Washburn. Adam Woodley's been one of my really good friends since early KOH days. I think I met him even before KOH back in 07, 08, and to see him growing his business, and he builds some amazing cars. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, sounds cool.
And you got a pretty good YouTube channel yourself, right?
Well, not on YouTube. I just started a couple months ago. I'm still growing.
Oh, hey, I'm still growing too, and I'm getting old. All right, so we are still,
I'm mainly on Facebook.
Okay, and it does look like we do have Robert Lee Bull. So I don't know if that was physical or on adjusted time, but Robert Lee Bull just threw down a 37.53. Oh, but you did shave off 4 miles, so I guess we can't give you. We can still say you were for them. You can just say lap 1. But yeah, I guess I forgot about that. We can't rate apples to apples. Oh, and he got a 37.53. You got a 39, so he was still faster. But that's still a pretty good run for you, buddy. And then Cody Willenborg just threw down a 38.36. They are both part of the All Things UTV Open class. We do have 2 classes racing at the same time. Oh, so physically third, but now our new leader on adjusted time is number 69 of Cameron Dickey.
Yeah, I just seen him across the finish.
Yeah, the PCI start finish. And here comes Jay Shaw, it looks like, and it is. So he's got a 38.39. So again, it's going to be very important for this race because we do have limited cameras on this course because there is minimal cell phone service here. We've got 4 Starlinks, 1 at the start finish, 2 here with me, and then 1 there at Dead Man Slide. So we're doing our best to bring you some coverage. It's tricky at this course, but we're having fun with it. I hope you guys back at home are enjoying it. So it's going to be very important. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com and then also go find racing tracks, and you can follow along. You'll have to go find racing tracks. Hit the 3 little menu bars on the left. That'll drop down, pick your class, click show all, and then you can follow them on course. And this is the 4900 stock and the 4900 open. There's 2 classes racing at the same time. They are scored separately. And then when they complete lap number 1, they turn yellow. So lap 1, or sorry, let's call it lap 1 is orange, lap 2 is yellow, and then they'll turn another color. I don't remember what it is for lap 3. We'll find out.
Yeah.
And it does look like Cody Willenborg may be at the main pits. No, he's not at main pits. And he's a little far off track to be in hot pits. I'm not sure what happened. He came through with a great lead. I don't know what's going on with Willenborg. That's a tough break for your buddy Cody.
Yeah.
He had a great race with us in Roush Creek, Pennsylvania, just about a month ago, and came so close to winning.
Yeah. He got 3rd, didn't he?
I don't remember. I know he incidentally cut course a little bit and got docked, so he physically won, but then that's why we have racing tracks. And here comes, that's Kurt the Rocket Mackey, way off speed. And he's usually fast. Not sure what happened to him. At least he's still moving.
Yeah.
So
better than DNFing.
100%. Yeah, you got to keep pushing. This race was scheduled from 1 to 4:30. So we're still got a lot of time left. And then at 5 o'clock, we kick off the pro mods and race into the dark.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm getting an update from my buddy Joe Fabrizio that Hunter Biddle, he actually did finish, had to take some bypasses, but he only had 2-wheel drive. So that was his issue. So trying to crawl that in 2-wheel drive, I think I'd want to back down too.
Yeah.
So thank you, Joe, for the update.
Well, Miles, I'll probably let you go here.
I'm going to give you an update on Willenborg. It looks like he had a front right tire, and it says they're back out. But second and third place did bypass the PCI pits, so that's how they got around him. So Willenborg, I can't quite tell on the tracker. Now it just pinged. Okay, so it pinged. So Willenborg is back out on course. So I'm glad to hear that for him. Well, Jet, thanks for hopping in the booth with me, buddy, and congratulations on your unofficial win for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you around.
See ya.
So getting an unofficial update, it sounds like Willenborg may have broken the lower shock arm on his UTV. Again, unofficial, but I'm getting some rumblings through the PCI race radio that he's limping back to pits, and now I do see him stopped once again on the tracker. So tough break for Willenborg. That guy is blistering fast, and I was excited to see him battle to the finish. But right now, we're still out front and running strong. It is still, it was Jay Shaw. No, it was Robert Lee Bull, then Jay Shaw, then Paul Wolf, and then Cameron Dickey. But on adjusted time after their first lap, Cameron Dickey's won. Paul Wolf 2, Robert Lee Bull 3, Cody Willenberg 4, but we hear he is out. Then it's Jay Shaw and Mitchell Roccacelli. Again, that's on adjusted time. You can see that timing at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And now I'll flip back. We'll check the YouTubes. Greg Hayes is rooting on PSN Racing. And there's Joe Fabrizio text me and put it in the chat that he finished his first youth race. Only had two-wheel drive. So congratulations, Hunter. That young man, I can't remember how old he is, but he's a young one. He's been racing 170s with us for quite a while. So I'm going to guess him at 12 years old. So now I'll flip back over here to Racing Tracks. And Cameron Dickey and Jay Shaw are at race mile number 3, it looks like. And still pushing pretty good. Man, Ian Dickey is right on top of somebody. That must be Robert Lee Bull because the arrows are so close I can't. Well, let me try to zoom in here a little bit. Yes, and it is Lee Bull and Ian Dickey. Let's see when their time's updated. Lee Bull at 1:52, Dickey at 1:53. So pretty close update. So Liam Dickey and Robert Lee Bull are in a dogfight right now on course. And then followed closely by Jay Shaw. And it's only those three that are in the mix for the lead right now. Paul Wolf and Eugene Christian are doing pretty good. Oh, and that is wrong. 614 is Mitchell Roccacelli. We have that wrong on Racing Tracks. I'm going to send a little quick message. And here comes the Van Eperen. That is Rodney Van Eperen and his son Ethan Van Eperen from Freedom, Wisconsin with Van Eperen Racing. And we have 3402 in the pits as well. That's Nick Anderson. Trying to get some caught up on my phone. I do apologize. It's been a wonderful day of racing. We need to give a huge shout out to King Shocks, Maxxis, Metal Cloak, G-Force Suspension, PCI Race Radios, Factor 55, Spider Tracks, Freight Factory, Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, and Monster Energy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing today. So whether you're building your Jeep, your UTV, your race car, your tow rig, your mall crawler, go check out all of these wonderful companies that help us keep racing with Ultra 4 USA. And after qualifying, I swung by the Roach Coach and had a Philly cheesesteak for lunch. It was absolutely awesome. So if you're coming out today or tomorrow, be sure to check them out. They've got burgers, Phillies, and all the fried good food you'd want. Again, if you're just tuning in, I am Miles Hasselquist, and this is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. The leaders are on lap 2 of 3 on this gnarly 16-mile course. So I'll get back on racing tracks. So it looks like our leaders of Robert Lee Bull and Cameron Dickey are at roughly race mile 5. So I should have him here at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface. I'm going to guess the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. And it sounds like Jack with Believe Cam got the drone lined out. So hopefully we got him back in action. Oh, and it sounds like I'm getting an update. They are at Onion Patch. The 3 leaders are through and headed my way. So, yes, I should see them very shortly. There's a lot of information, yes. So Steve did tell me Willenborg broke the front shock, so he's probably out of the race. So my update earlier was correct. Tough break. Our physical race leader earlier on today had a bad break. Man, I hate to hear that for anybody. Lots of people send me some information. So again, we're getting updates from Area 51. We should see our leader of Liam Dickey, or Cameron Dickey, sorry. There's 2 of the Dickeys racing this weekend, and then Robert Lee Bull. I'm not sure who we're going to see next, but who we got, Jonas, in the Big B studio?
Edward Neville's from Rockwall, Texas. Come
All
out
right.
here for the first race I've seen, and it's just some real interesting, amazing. I love seeing the equipment, and the terrain is just off the wall.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
One of a kind terrain, yeah. So,
is it your first time to an Ultra 4 race?
Yes.
Is it your first time here in Crossbar Ranch?
First time at
Man,
Crossbar.
You're a rookie all across the board, so we're definitely breaking you in right.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying every minute of it, getting some videos, posting some Facebook,
some
social media.
Well, make sure you tag Ultra 4 USA. So let us follow along.
For sure.
So today is Friday. We're racing the UTVs now. We got another race coming up next. And then tomorrow morning at 8 is the EMC. And then tomorrow afternoon at 1 is the 4400. So I hope you can stick around all weekend.
Yeah, we need to be here for the big boys. That's really what it's all about. That's where they spend the money and put it all on the line.
They do that for sure. 100%. So you said you're from down in Texas. How far away?
Rockwall. It's about
that's not too far.
30 miles out of Dallas.
Yeah, so 3 hours or so probably?
A little less.
Okay.
But, just out by Lake Ray Hubbard. So we love it out there.
Yeah, no, it's cool. So what are you out here in? A UTV, a Jeep?
No, I do cross-country motorcycle enduro
Oh.
stuff. So
Well, that's pretty intense in itself.
I came out here to hit some trails, and you get it handed to you pretty quick on a motorcycle out here. So it's been fun, and plan on doing some more. But definitely want to keep your eye on where you're going. 66 years old, don't hit the ground like we used to.
You don't bounce back like we used to, do you?
Not at all. So, but yeah, it's all good, and we're just having a blast. And thank God for the great weather.
Oh, it couldn't ask for better weather. I mean, the sun is out. It's 75 degrees. We have a little bit of wind, which is good for us, but it's also good for the racers because it keeps that dust out of their face.
Yes. Eating that gravel is part of the fun, right?
So you're going to be ripping around on the dirt bike and watching some racing. That sounds like a good weekend.
There you go. Can't beat it. It's already been a great weekend, and it's not even Saturday yet.
Oh, it looks like Paul Wolf is through Onion Patch. So, again, we should see once they cross through Onion Patch, I'm going to guess that's 10 minutes away. So,
okay.
But our leader should be here in less than 5, I believe. And just above there, just before Kelly's cut, we see him come in and get a little heads up.
Okay, it's been good talking to you. I'm going to make sure and get this video of the leaders coming through.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks
Okay.
for joining me, and enjoy yourself this weekend.
Appreciate you very much. Good stuff, man.
So we are here for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. The stock and the open UTVs are out on lap number 2 of 3 on this 16-mile loop. And joining me in the booth now is my good friend Pam Hall. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. How are you doing,
Oh,
Miles?
I'm having a blast. Down here, we're in this little bowl. We got this beautiful creek right behind us. The wind's blowing. I'm loving it.
It's definitely beautiful back here. It's cooler back here than it is up at Main Pit up there. But
Nice. Yeah, I've seen you up there getting some videos at start finish.
I heard I was in the way. I
No, you're not in the way. I mean, hold on. You're always in the way. But no, all in good fun.
No.
Looks like you've been running around having some fun with social and getting everybody updated.
Yeah, trying to do all that stuff and get out, as you guys saw, getting some video. But back here in this rock face area, I bet you're getting some amazing action and some watching some really cool stuff that's going on.
You're about to find out. I just saw it must be our race leader. It looks like that's the number 69 of Cameron Dickey. We'll find out soon because I've got a visual. It's about 100 yards away, and he is followed. Nope, too far away. They're about 100 yards up the hill, and it's pretty dusty. But when they get here in just a moment, and hopefully we got our drone lined back out, had some tech issues, but, we're working through it. Chris with Take It Live is behind the scenes making the magic happen.
Well, so Miles, I mean, I obviously had to transition over to where you're at. What in the world happened? Where's Anderson? Is Anderson still moving along?
He was stopped for a bit. Lee Bull is in the front then. So Robert Lee Bull, the number 441 out of Quinlan, Texas with Lee Bull Racing as he makes his way right up the gut of Rockface. That's the preferred line right there. And look how wet that's getting. It just keeps getting rougher and rougher. And here is Dickey, the number 69 of Cameron Dickey. So on adjusted time, he is actually winning this race.
Yeah, because he qualified farther back. Obviously, Robert Liebel was the number 3 qualifier. And, that's really cool. You know that he's got people in his ears telling him.
Oh, yeah. And now if he can just keep Liebel's dust in his sights, he's got him right where he's want him. You don't have to pass him. You just have to let him know you're there. And if he sees him back there, he's like, dang it, adjusted time. Because remember, they took off one at a time every 30 seconds. So this race is on adjusted time as cruises on through the screen, getting some videos behind the scenes.
So, Miles, the rock face right here behind you, you just said that they took the preferred line. Are there 3 different lines like
Oh, there's 8
8
lines. There's some you can't see in screen. There's 3 or 4 lines here, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to call it 5 lines on Rockface.
Well, and shortest line to distance is obviously the faster line.
And that's one you haven't seen yet. Nobody's taken it. We'll be hitting that tomorrow afternoon. We'll show you that tomorrow. The 4400s have to hit that one.
Wow, and what a crowd you have out here, too.
Speaking about crowd, do you hear that stereo?
I do.
That stereo in the background is probably 150 feet away, and it's banging.
Oh goodness, well,
They're
Miles,
the crowd is starting to grow out here, and they're having some fun.
definitely, it's awesome to see all the people coming out here, and the local people, they were marketing out here for this race this weekend. It's one of those that people want to come watch because it's such an exciting course, but we do have somebody else coming right here soon, and I can't make it out, but Jay Shaw.
It is the number 17 of Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle, as we're still following Dickie up the hill.
Wow. Jay Shaw. Okay, so Jay Shaw was what, number 2 off the line, I believe it was?
I usually have my printout, but I got a screenshot, so I got to scroll through here. Jay
94.
Shaw was 4th off the line. Where did Dickie start? Dickie started back in 11th, so on adjusted time, he's got 7 spots, 3.5 minutes, and he was only 20 seconds behind him. So he's probably got about a 3-minute lead.
So that physical lead right there, or not physical, but corrected time lead. But Jay Shaw, I saw him go through when I was coming out here towards you, and I'm like, oh my gosh, where is the mud? I mean, obviously they're going through mud right here.
Oh, there's a lot of mud holes out here. Oh, here's Van Eperen. I believe this is only his first lap. We saw Rodney earlier.
Okay, and that's Owen right there making his way
Yeah.
through. He's taking a completely different line than what the last 2 guys just did.
As we're still following Jay Shaw up the top. But the youngest O-Show Van Eperen is making his way up in that little R-Max Yamaha, a pretty cool little machine. Great to see the Yamaha Racing supporting them like they do, and coming out here racing. We see them up at the Big House in Crandon doing short course, but they really like the Ultra 4, and it's great to see them have bringing Yamaha to the table.
And I want to mention, too, Paul Wolf earlier on, I think he had to change out a drive shaft, so he was
Yeah.
a little bit late to line. Have you seen him go by?
Yeah, yep, he's through, and he's on his second lap. He
Okay.
is, I'm going to say, physical 3rd or 4th, and on adjusted time, last time through, he was in 2nd. So
Okay.
let's do a adjusted time. It is Cameron Dickey out front, then Paul Wolf, then Robert Lee Bull. Cody Willenborg was 4th, but I hear he is out of the race, unconfirmed, but it's sounding not good for Cody Willenborg. Then it's Jay Shaw, Mitchell Roccacelli, Nick Anderson, Jason Washburn, Philip McGilton, Dan Hill, and Ian Dickey. We have not seen finishing lap number 1 of Adam Brown, Mark McCleary, Kurt Mackey. We just saw Owen Van Eperen. I've seen Rodney Van Eperen, Clay Wallstatt, Justin Barth, John Holsapple, and Randy Shahan.
And Randy Shahan, this is his first race out here for Ultra 4. Super nice guy chatting with him. But, yeah, this is a great race going on. Lots of action going on all over. Of course, from what you are telling me and what we're hearing from everybody else. But super exciting. Then we got some more racing later on that we were telling the racers they're going to need their lights for.
Yeah. What time's it getting dark here? Right around 8:30, and we'll be racing right about then. So they don't need their lights if they're going to be in the lead pack, but if they're having a rough day, they may be running in the dark a little bit.
How cool would it be, though, out here? This is a tough course, racing this.
It's going to be cool, and it's going to be cold.
Yes, exactly.
No, it's actually beautiful. You start out the morning in a hoodie. You quickly changed a T-shirt. Wish you had your shorts on. Oh, that could have been our race leader, Robert Lee Bull. And then when the sun drops, stay in a T-shirt.
Mhm.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's a different temperatures like you're talking about. It's like the whole joke of, when is it springtime? It turns into winter and summer all in one day. That's definitely the weather out here. in
Oh,
Oklahoma.
yeah. But again, I've been here. This is probably my 5th time coming to an Ultra 4 race at the Crossbar Ranch, and it's been the best weather we have ever had. So if you're anywhere in the Oklahoma City area or Dallas or anywhere in between, come on out. It's only $30 a day. And what is it? Kids 9 and under?
12.
12 and under are free. That's right. Normal park is 9 and under, but for this weekend with Ultra 4, it is 12 and under.
And I can't make out who that car that was coming through here. We'll see in just a minute, but it sounds like they're going a little bit slower, and looked like they were going a little bit slower as well. But as we saw Cruz just make his way around, I bet this is Paul Wolf. It sounds like a Paul Wolf
It definitely a Mavar, that's for sure. And it is Paul. No, yes, it is Paul Wolf, the number 1018. And this car you see right here in the background coming into screen is racing the next race as well.
So is Jay Shaw.
Jay Shaw.
And so is
There's a few of them.
The first place, Anderson, also.
Nick Anderson, hopefully. And
Yeah.
Mark McCleary.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they were all out there, obviously double qualifying this morning, all qualifying very well. But yeah, all double racing, like you're just saying. But this course is hard on the vehicles. I mean, obviously, we know Paul Wolf had the driveline issue. We don't know. We haven't seen Anderson, so hopefully everything's good with him. But we'll see if they all make it to the green flag.
And speaking of Nick Anderson, he is in the pit with front end issues. So that's a tough break for him. I hope he can get it squared away, because I want to see him do well in this race and the next one.
Well, Miles, let's talk about that for a minute, because he's using the same car for both races. Would you just get your issue fixed and go ahead and take that green flag for the next one, or would you take your chances and get out here?
You don't know. They don't know.
Right?
Who knows? And get another update from Area 51. Jason Washburn is on his side in Onion Patch. Everybody is okay. They are recovering. So action is out on course, that's for sure.
Well, and talking about Washburn, he broke an axle in qualifying this morning as well. So he had some work to do once we got done with qualifying to get to the green flag.
And that's such a cool car.
Yes, it is. But you have a great view right here, Miles.
Oh, it's beautiful. Face. Yeah. The Big B studio is, we get lucky every once in a while. And today is one of those days. So thank you, everybody who is back home and here on site for the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. The sun is shining. The wind is perfect. It's a great day for Ultra 4 USA.
Well, and you're talking about the wind. The wind is perfect down here up at the top where we were all at. It's a little bit heavier breeze, but down here, it's absolutely gorgeous. The water making it a little bit cooler down here as well. So I love it. You got the yellow flowers off that are springing up.
Oh, yeah. Spring has sprung. That's for sure.
All right. We have another one getting ready to come through as well. So when they come down this hill to the right,
yeah, that's Kelly's Cut.
And then do they have like a little?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's called Kelly's Cut because they had to cut through there.
I know you guys had to move some trees out here the other day as well.
Yep. We were out here, got the Warren winch busted out. That may be Rocket. No, that's Justin Barth, and that's his first time. So he had some issues out on course. The course is all brown, but it looks okay. But he's definitely a little off pace. And again, he's 30 minutes off racer's pace, so he definitely had issues out on course.
Well, and Justin Barth is always a fast racer, and earlier on in the qualifying, I noticed also he was not as fast as normal. This Mabar is a newer vehicle for him as well this year, I believe, and I think so anyways, because I know he used to be in a Polaris before.
Yeah, he's had this for probably about a year now.
So it's, getting used to the car, but he was going a little bit slower, like I said, in qualifying this morning, as you would have seen, because you were, down there announcing all of it, but here he is making his way through super easy, and he went to that left side that we saw Owen Van Eperen take just a little bit ago.
And I'm getting back onto racing tracks, and the numbers 69 of Cameron Dickey and Robert Lee Bull are still neck and neck. It's going to be a great race from those two. And then not too far back is still Jay Shaw. And then Paul Wolf is starting to sneak up on him. He took a little bit of a later start, but so did Cameron Dickey. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it shakes out with adjusted time on its side.
Yeah, Cameron Dickey did start farther back as well, but that adjusted time though, I love it. Having to go through that. But let's see here, Cameron Dickey, he started in 11th place.
Oh, wrong button. There we go.
We got more spectators coming on in here.
Yeah, great spectating here at the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. Race miles 6.5. We got ages of all kinds. I see some little kids running around. See the just all ages are out here enjoying it. And there must be a car because I see everybody running over with their phones.
Yeah, we can't see, like you were saying earlier, a little bit of dust and everything. But yeah, they had their little RC cars, so they're having their own little race out here in the rocks with the kiddos.
Oh yeah, having some fun. And some of our race courses are hard to spectate because we are in the middle of nowhere. But this place, they actually have it set up pretty well to where spectators, there's probably 3 or 4 pretty good spectating apps. And if you're coming on out, make sure you download the Onyx app. They've got a QR code with the ways to get to the areas you want to go racing at. So download that Onyx app, come on out, and find yourself right in the action.
Yeah, it's definitely great, and it has all their trails as well. So if you wanted to come out here after the fact,
you can go trail riding right now.
You can.
You just have to stay off course.
Exactly. And speaking of that, the spectators, there were a gentleman that was out here riding with his kids on dirt bikes, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, there's a race going on!" But who is this, Miles? I think this is
This is going to be the
12:27.
12:27. That's Randy Shahan. Yes, it is. Making his Ultra 4 USA debut out of Wiley, Texas with Regular Guy Racing. And he goes right up the gut. Uh-oh. Looks like the left front is not spinning. He's going to come to a stop. Uh-oh. This could be interesting. He's going to go over. No. He saves it.
Wow.
Yes. That
Barely.
was pretty close. Yep. Oh, man.
I wonder, yeah, you're right, Miles. This front is not pulling. I wonder if he has a front diff that went out. Obviously not in four-wheel drive. We're going to take a different line.
Yeah, tough break for Randy, but he's not giving up. He's going to give her all he's got, get a little bit of run at it, take up the left side. I'm going to call it easier, but I'm not going to call it easy.
It's drier.
Yeah, and he's giving it all he's got. The rear tires are flinging and making some dust, and he does make it up and out. I'm pretty impressed making that climb in two-wheel drive. I'm really glad he didn't get two more sideways on that hill and take a tumble, because that rock is hard. The water's not deep at the bottom,
Right.
but guess what? It's wet.
Exactly. 100% on that. Don't want to do that and you end up on your lid in the water for sure. But like you said, Miles, it's not deep enough to get them underneath, which is our safety crew is all right here, though, and would be right on it if so.
We got a tip alert from Philip McGilton, but now he is all good.
Oh, and he's running in Paul Wolf's rental car.
Yep, yeah, he raced that one at Pennsylvania, and he tipped it there, too.
Yeah, he did.
So he's a 2 for 2.
Oh, I know he was building a car. He must just not have had that ready yet.
Oh, he's building one of the most beautiful cars. Joe Thompson with UFO Motorsports is building him it's a crossbreed. It's a Can-Am Maverick R, I believe, but it's a UFO, so it's 4,900 open. It makes those rules, and 4,400.
Yeah, definitely. Like when they posted that, I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be an awesome car. But yeah, the Joe Thompson cars are obviously amazing. We see them out there, a couple of our Kings have been on them as well, but it's going to be super cool to see Philip McGilton step over into that UTV/4400 car.
Yeah, I think he's planning on racing mainly 4,400 in it, just like Cole Clark is this weekend. And Doug with Area 51 is telling me that Jason Washburn did get corrected. He was on his side. He's back, and he's heading my way. And then also, just an update from him also that McGilton's on his side. So we're getting a triple check that McGilton flipped. So everybody knows it now. But it sounds like he's okay. He's getting recovered. But, hey, that's part of it. Oh, we got some Liam Dickey fans here in the YouTube chat. Greg Hayes and Gavin Smith. Oh, Gavin Smith will be racing in our next race with us, rooting on his buddy Liam.
And he had a great qualifying earlier as well.
But Cameron Dickey, that's Liam's brother, is the one that's actually winning this race. So I know you're rooting on Liam, but might as well give his brother Cameron some love. Oh, and there's the drone flying again. Obviously, we are Pam, you know how far back here it is. It's a long ways. When we came out here the first day, when your phone says SOS, you know you're out in the middle of nowhere. So to be able to bring you this live coverage is pretty amazing. I know it's not perfect, but we've got multiple Starlinks going on. We got the generators, got the everything. We got the big base radio, the PCI base radio, and I can't believe it works back here. It's awesome.
I know. On my way back here just now, I've been back here, but I just haven't been back here in a while, and I could not believe how far back we are. I mean, I pretty much lost service instantly because the service out here is definitely not good.
It's spotty for sure.
I mean, but like you're saying, bringing a live show all the way out here in the middle of this area that has no cell phone service whatsoever, and to be out here is pretty awesome for the people at home to be able to watch this.
Okay, so now, let me go back to this text. Okay, so yeah. It looks like Philip McGilton got righted, got winched up the hill, and he is heading this way. So we should see him in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so that's about how far they're out.
So let me switch over to racing tracks. Oh, here it is. That's why it is. So Cameron Dickey is driver of record, but it's actually Liam driving the car. Thank you for keeping me honest on that. Usually I'm pretty good in my notes, and now you say that. I do remember. That was my fault. But again, it is Cameron Dickey, driver of record. You can have one substitute driver per season unless there is a medical reason. But it is Liam Dickey, Cameron's brother, driving for him. So thank you for keeping me up for that. And now,
I didn't even
and now
realize that.
Cameron's texting me too. So, yep, I got it. Liam's sub driving, all good, buddy. Thanks everybody for keeping me honest. I do my homework. I do a lot of it, but sometimes it's too much information up here, and I get a little rattled around.
Well, I mean, how in the world are you going to remember every single detail? I mean, we always call you the encyclopedia, or I always call you the encyclopedia of Ultra 4. So you're the wealth of knowledge and all of it. So keeping it straight is a challenge. I can only imagine.
Oh yeah, for sure. And he's saying it's a bone stock KRX he's racing. I thought it had a Kraftwerk supercharger. Text me back and let me know on that, because that's not bone stock.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Let's see. Oh, Benji's texting me that we lost his camera out there. Everything got hot, so he had to find a little shade for it, but he's going to try to get it rebooted, and he's at Dead Man Slide.
I think I can hear a car in the background here possibly, so maybe we'll see one of the vehicles that were on their side here just a moment ago. And Miles, I'm actually going to step off so I can get some stuff for the social media.
Yeah, you've been doing a great job with that. Keep up. Hey, this is a good spot. Get some good shots. Go over to Benji, and there's action all over the course. So have some fun with it, and it's been fun.
All right. Well, thanks, Miles.
All right, Pam. Always a pleasure. Let me hop over. Let me check live scoring. Nobody's there. Okay, so now I'm going to Racing Tracks to see where our leaders actually are. And, they're getting close. Yep, so it is Liam Dickey driving for Cameron. He's at race mile 14, and Robert Lee Bull is at 13. Let's check time updates. They're in yellow. So Robert Lee Bull is at 122, so accurate, and 123, accurate. So I do believe Liam Dickey is leading this race physically and on adjusted time. And I hear a Can-Am Maverick car. Who's it going to be? It is Mitchell Roccacelli flying by here. He'll be coming into screen here in just a moment. And he's going to take that wide left angle and head up. I'm going to call it the easier line. It's not easy. Oh, and here comes Jason Washburn. He's going to take a center line. It looks like he's going to get squared up. Yes, he does. So Jason Washburn trying to chase down Mitchell Roccacelli. And it's getting a little dusty down here, but we're having fun with it. We are right in the middle. Well, we're almost 2/3 through this race. This is the 4900 stock and the 4900 open class presented by All Things UTV. And the Believe Cam is up in the air having some fun. Okay, getting some updates. The Kraftwerk superchargers on the other car. So this is just a stock play car that they put all the safety stuff on and keep it rocking and rolling. So great. Thanks for the updates, Cameron. And your brother is, I guess, driving your car like a rental. And he's having some fun out there. And if he can win this thing in a bone stock Kawasaki over some really built cars, he's going to have some bragging rights for a long time. So Dickey's still moving along strong. I'm going to say we'll see him at the start-finish in the next 5 minutes or so. So you can still see if you're on racing tracks. The orange ones are on lap number 1, yellow's on lap number 2, and we're getting ready to find out what lap number 3 is. I can't remember. But they are spread out all over this red race course. And if you see red at the bottom of their teardrop, that means they are stopped on course, just like Ian Dickey, Nick Anderson. And it looks like, Dan Hill, let's see, on the tracker, that looks like he's at main pit as well as Cody Willenborg. Yeah, so I know Cody Willenborg was heading to the pit, so I think Dan Hill is as well. Hate to see that for him. Oh, and it just popped up. Robert Lee Bull. Ooh, I'm going to guess he's at the PCI pits stopping. See if anybody's blowing my phone up. Not yet. All right, getting caught up because lots of people send me a lot of information, and I thoroughly appreciate everybody who does it. Obviously, don't blow me up with a bunch of nonsense, but I love the race information during the races because there's a lot of you guys and gals out there, and the more information I have, the merrier. So Liam Dickey is out there running probably the best race of his life out there. And you know that smile's big right now. But hey, to finish first you must finish. This race is far from over, but I'm waiting for him to cross. Trying to click through here. Well, he's getting close to that start finish. So make sure you have racing tracks pulled up and also ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing I have right here in the Big B studio. And we're watching the PCI start finish as we speak. The white flag will be flying for Liam Dickey. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Freight Factory, Factor 55, and by Maxxis Tires. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. Oh, I'm getting an update from my buddy Alan that somehow, because we're in the middle of nowhere, but I'm getting this text late that it sounds like Nick Anderson should be towards the start finish. So I'll go over to my racing tracks. Oh, I'm getting his text way late because he's at race mile 5 stopped. So he's already been through and gone for a little bit, but again, is stopped out on course with that red little teardrop at the bottom. So is Adam Brown still. He's out on lap number 1. And the leaders just grabbed the white flag. Let's see what color they turned. They're going to turn green. So green means they're on their third and final lap. And the physical leader is Robert Lee Bull. So Robert Lee Bull physically out front, but on adjusted time. Liam Dickey driving for his brother Cameron, I think, is winning this race. I guess I can go to live scoring. Oh, look at this. So Liam Dickey has not, let me go back to racing tracks. But Paul Wolf on adjusted time is leading this race on the third lap. Then it's Robert Lee Bull, then Jay Shaw. So on racing tracks, I do show Liam Dickey on his third lap, but on racing on the tracker, I don't. So we'll get it all sorted out. Obviously, it may just have to take a second to reboot. But Paul Wolf on adjusted time looks like he is out there and doing well. There it goes. It just updated. So Paul Wolf is winning this race on adjusted time. Then it's Liam Dickey, then Robert Lee Bull, and then Jay Shaw. So the top 4 are very tight. Looks like there's less than 5 minutes splitting the top 5. And Paul Wolf now pulled a 3-minute lead over Liam Dickey. That is incredible. And then Robert Lee Bull is about a minute behind him. And then 40 seconds behind Lee Bull is Jay Shaw. So our top four, Paul Wolf, Liam Dickey, Robert Lee Bull, and Jay Shaw on their third and final lap of 16 miles. Had to refresh my racing track, so I got to go back in, hit those 3 bars at the top, scroll down, click on 4900 UTV Open, show all. There's 2 classes racing at the same time. So then you go down to 4900 stock. You click it, hit show all, and that'll show you everybody that is on course as we speak. And we got another car coming through. That is Philip McGilton and Paul Wolf's rental car. It's a Can-Am Maverick or Can-Am X3. Great to see Philip McGilton still out there pushing, and he is getting seat time for tomorrow afternoon in the 4400 class. And looks like the 315 of Clay Wallstat is on his lid. Everybody is good, but man, the onion patch over there is. I wish we had a camera there, but it's a little too remote. But there's some action at Onion Patch. And I hear another one coming through. That's a Polaris Pro R. I can hear it screaming. Let's see. I'm going to guess that's going to be the 211 of Ian Dickey, I think. Looking at racing tracks, that's who it should be. What a great and challenging race it has turned into for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. Right now, it's the 4900 Open Class presented by All Things UTV and the 4900 Stock. 2 races going on at the same time. And Ian Dickey in that Polaris Pro R is really moving. He's blowing by here. Sounds like he's going to go from low to high, or sorry, high to low and make his way up. Aaron Lynch is tuned in. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. And it sounds like the old Kawasaki of Liam Dickey is misfiring, currently pulled off the course. So that's where it happened. I hate to hear that. He said such a great running going. Hopefully he can get it squared away and make it to the finish line. Man, what a tough break for him for leading this race for the first 2 laps and then having issues. So I'll switch back over to racing tracks. I'm hearing that Liam Dickey is out of the race. and so was Dan Hill. Heartbreaker for Liam Dickey driving for his brother Cameron. What a bum deal. Uh-oh. I see somebody that's not supposed to be here but hopping in the studio is out of the race just like Liam Dickey. Hey, heartbreaker, we got Cody Willenborg, who came through here with probably, I'm going to guess, a 7 to 8 minute lead.
Man, I knew it was good. The car was rolling good. We just broke a shock, nothing even a driver. It wasn't even overdriving the car, just straight fatigue, I would say. The same shocks from Hammers and just one of them.
And Pennsylvania. So it definitely took a beating. But, man, you were flying through here, had a great lead. And I hate to see it for everybody, obviously. I'm a fan of everybody. But, man, you had such a good showing at Pennsylvania. And coming out here, you were flying. And you were looking good until you weren't.
Yep. And I set my goals this year to run with these guys. I've always kind of just been a finisher and put in some solid runs. But this year I wanted to be a little different and put it on the podium and be on the box. And, kind of started with Hammers. We qualified 88th, made it up to 4th in class.
That ain't bad.
We rolled over in qualifying, so that kind of got us. And here we qualified 2nd. I know we were on it for a good run. We got caught Nick early. And I did not at all understand the gap. We actually took a tire even. So
really?
Yeah, we took a tire and come on the short course, and the car started feeling a little funny, and I was like, oh no, something's broken the front. Didn't know how bad it was, and it completely laid down. It just pulled the shock right.
So it went from feeling funny to done.
It was done. Yep.
And there's no fixing that in a timely manner.
We I do have a pre-runner. We could have pulled the shock off of it. According to the rules, we could do it at Main. We were able to drive the car back to the pits. I just considered Main pit. It was just looking at the time. I know it's hard to take the shocks out the front of those cars. They're already a lap. It just is like
because you got the Pro R, right? So it goes through the axe or through the A arm.
Yep, through the A arm around the axle shaft. It's not easy to change. So probably maybe could have done it, squeak back in, but just one of them deals that
is it worth all the effort for just a finish?
Yep.
When you're up front and winning, it's awesome, and then exactly.
Yep.
Do you do a finish or I don't know.
We were kind of on the fence on going to Crandon, but hey, guess what? We're going to Crandon.
You're going to Crandon now, huh? You're going to use that as your Joker race, huh?
So
all right. Well, I hate that you broke, but I'm glad you're going to Crandon. You're going to love it there. Have you raced there yet?
I've never raced at Crandon.
Oh man, the big house. Obviously I'm a huge off-road fan, and there's something just special about a lot of these places, and Crandon's one of those. It's bucket list material.
That's cool. So who's winning right now? How's it going?
Liam Dickey was winning, but we just heard he is out with drivability. So now it's Paul Wolf, Robert Lee Bull, Jay Shaw. You're still on the list, but you're not there. I'll let you know. Then Mitchell Roccacelli, Nick Anderson, Jason Washburn, Philip McGilton. Hill is out. Dickey's still in. Wallstat, Rodney Van Epperen, Owen Van Epperen. And, it's
So something must happen to Shaw, because whenever I broke, he was the next guy past me.
Yeah, he was fast, too. So, again, something happened. I'm not sure.
Are they on lap 2? Right?
They're on lap 3. White flag has flown. We should see him here in just a little bit.
Nice.
And again, bummer, dude.
I know, man. It's just one of them deals, dude. We were on a roll, man. Car was feeling good, and it just, that's just racing. That's part of the game. So we're going to load up, though. We leave here. We're going down to Texas to do some mud racing.
That's what Jet Chambers was. He hopped in the booth a little bit ago. He was rooting for you, by the way. And he said, you guys are going mud racing tomorrow. I was like, good for him. He's taking his Ultra 4 car. And I think you have an actual mud car, right?
Yeah. Nope, I would definitely not put my Ultra 4 car into that, but it's broke now anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Now you can't. Just getting an update from Area 51 that Robert Lee Bull, Paul Wolf, and Jay Shaw are through Onion Patch. So they're about 5 to 10 minutes away. So we'll see them come through shortly. Man, it's going to be a battle. And again, you were flying through there. I hate to see that.
Any troubles? Anybody behind us having some troubles at the Rock Face?
I wouldn't say troubles if they're healthy. There's been a couple cars in two-wheel drive that really struggled, but that's obvious. But other than that, the preferred line's the one you hit, just kind of straight splash up the middle. There's a few people that are taking that far left line. I'm not going to call it easy, but it's easier. It's a little rougher. But it's not quite as steep and slick. But the preferred line's the one you hit right up the gut. Yeah. Why didn't you take the harder lines to the right? The hero lines.
Yeah, that is definitely a hero line. So we're out here rock wheeling. We definitely go play on that.
Oh,
one
yeah.
for sure. But
Tomorrow afternoon for 4,400, we're blocking off behind me, and they have to take the hero line.
That's
so
going to be good.
it's going to be fun. I wish you're sticking around, but I understand. You like going play in the mud.
We're going to go try to win some money tomorrow.
There you go. You lost money today. I'll let you know that one. So hopefully you can back it up and up there. And so it kind of explain to me what you're doing out there. So is it a drag race through the mud?
Nope. So it's what they call a bounty course. That's kind of what I like about it so much. It's rocks and logs and
tires even, right?
And tires,
yeah.
And then some mud holes, and it's a time deal. So we'll run 2 classes. We'll run like a 34 and smaller class, and then like a 35 to 30. It's a 40, I think, is what it is. So
on a UTV, a 40-inch.
Yeah. So we'll run 2 different. So I'll run like a 34 and then a 35. So I got the biggest tire in the one class
and the smallest in the other. All right. Is that 2 separate cars?
2 separate. No, it's 1 car.
Okay, so you just swap tires.
All in tires. So we're able to do it. And, that stuff pays big money. It's $3,000-$4,000 to win.
Oh, that'd be sweet. And it's racing. It's fun.
It's fun. It's such a laid-back environment compared. This is so serious and so intense. There's so much money on the line for what it takes to get to these races, and the money in the cars and stuff. And there, it's just more laid back and have fun, and we just go play a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool.
Now, one thing I can say about Ultra 4 racing is we were working on Paul's car up until I had to literally go get a fire suit on. So he
missed his start line by just a little bit.
Yeah, he broke a rear dry shaft, and it goes through an engine coupler on the Mav R.
Oh.
So I was there. Nick Anderson was there. Actually, when I passed Nick, I had to give him a little bump to let him know I was there to get around him. And then he stopped to see if I was okay, when the shock broke. So
that's what I love about the Ultra 4 family is all 3 of you are racing against each other, but you wanted to help Paul get to the line. And just like you're saying, you give your buddy a nudge, just messing with him, but he still stopped to check on you. It's great. The Ultra 4 community is amazing. I've been around it for, since 2009, and I just love it. And it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's really cool. But the camaraderie among the pits is like no other. I haven't been to a mud party. I'm sure it's good there, but I've been to Roundy Round. I've been to drag racing. It's just so tight knit and just odd.
Yep, no one wants to give the edge.
Yeah, the secrets.
And literally, we pulled Nick Anderson's race car apart to give Paul parts so Paul could go race.
How cool is that?
And honestly, Paul, Nick, me, Jay Shaw, we're all going to be in a points battle at the end of the
year, it's going to be wild. So. Yeah, obviously this is round number 1 in the Central season, so it's just getting started. But towards the end of the year, it's going to be interesting. I think you got what it takes. Obviously, you just got to keep that darn car together.
Yep. We've had really good luck. This is my 2nd DNF ever in racing.
That's a pretty good stat.
My first one was in Kentucky at Bowling Green. I blew a coolant hose off and car overheated, And
that'll do it.
So, like I said, I don't want to just be the finisher no more. I want to be on the podium.
I like your style.
Take pushing the car a little harder to do so.
So will we see you at Bowling Green?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I'm committed to all the Central and East Coast races.
Nice. Okay.
So we'll be at all those. And like I said, I think we're going to Crandon now. So
I love it. Yeah. I like the Joker option. It's not mandatory. Be it for points reasons in the Central, East, or West, there's 3 races plus a Joker. You have to race all 3 races to use the Joker as a replacement. But if you have a bad race like here, it doesn't force you to go to Crandon, but it forces you to go to Crandon.
Yeah.
But it gives you an option too.
Yeah.
You don't have to unless you have a bad race.
Yeah, and budget-wise, it just if we could pull off 3 solid races, we weren't going to go to Crandon, and now we're going to go.
And budget-wise, it doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. So it's definitely a cool thing that is an option, and I really like that because it really stinks to travel this distance and to want to run the points championship. This could end it for you. So
it really could.
We definitely have the option to keep going, and we'll do it.
Sounds like Rodney Van Eppern and his son Ethan riding shotgun are on their way through. So I'm surprised we haven't seen the leaders. Let's kind of zoom in a little bit on racing tracks. So the green are on the lead lap, and we're at race mile 6.5. So they're at race mile 5. So they are close. Where is Paul Wolf? I'm going to zoom in. They may be super on top of each other.
There's Robert right there.
Yeah, lead bull. Oh.
Something happened to Paul?
Yeah, I don't see him. I thought they were on top of each other. But lead bull is at race mile 5. Man, where is
I don't see
Paul Wolf?
Right there.
Oh.
Down some more.
Oh, Paul Wolf. Well, but so we're having a little mixed reviews here because on racing, he's definitely on lap number 3. So, they're getting a little bit of behind the updates.
You went on right now?
I'm trying to get old Brian Trotter on here with me, the Ultra 4 USA race director, but his left arm still hurts him, he says, so he can't get on here.
Yeah.
But, hey, I could say I haven't, but I probably could beat him arm wrestling if we went left-handed.
Yeah.
Probably not.
That must be why there was very few arrows out there. That left arm hurt. Couldn't staple many arrows up out there. So.
Having some fun, chatting it up.
Yep.
So, yeah, we'll see who's coming. I hear somebody, and it sounds like a pro or a Mav-R, and it is. That looked like Anderson. No, that would be Liebel.
It would be Liebel, but
I don't know.
It should be Liebel.
Just a little bit too far away to tell, but it should be Robert Liebel. No, that was Robert Liebel, so I'll bet you that was Anderson out front a lap down, and then Liebel's about to pass Anderson. That's a pretty good run.
So I wonder what happened to Anderson because he was
stopped for a little bit.
Was he?
Something in the front end. That's all the info I got. But it sounds like it's running strong, so this should be Nick Anderson coming through a lap down, and then our race leader is Robert Liebel. And that's Paul Wolf. We were both wrong. So Paul Wolf's tracker is a little off, but Paul Wolf is our physical leader out front. And then Robert Liebel is right behind him. So at race mile 6.5 of 16 on the final lap, it is neck and neck. And Liebel started.
So Paul should have him by corrected time.
Oh, by a lot. Paul Wolf didn't start.
He started after the race even started.
Yeah, well, he started at 7th and Liebel in 3rd. So let's go 1 minute, 2 minute split. So he's got him by 30 seconds plus 2 minutes. So Liebel has to pass Paul Wolf and beat him by 2 minutes on adjusted time. So Paul Wolf has Liebel right where he wants him. Man, Paul Wolf, that guy's an animal. Again, you were killing it until you weren't.
Yep.
But I think you'd be right in the mix. But Paul Wolf's just working through the crowd and passing, 10 people?
Yeah, that's impressive. Paul's a heck of a driver and a heck of a guy. Absolutely stand-up racer for sure. That was
Getting a little updates through the PCI race radio, keeping everybody safe and sound. Brian Trotter's keeping everybody in line.
I had a window net issue. My window net popped open, and it kept getting in my steering wheel, and we had to kind of slow down and stop to get the window net to snap in. Those trees they'll unlatch it real easy.
Oh, yeah, so it'll catch you. Yeah. And then you have to slow down, put her back in.
Yep.
And I'm getting updates. Sounds like recovery is needed for Mark McCleary, John Holsapple, Adam Brown, Owen Van Eperen, and never mind, canceled for Mark McCleary's back in action. So that was from Race Offs. Thank you, Jeremy Dickinson. And that was Jay Shaw. Yeah. So Jay Shaw, looks like his shark fin on the left side's a little worse for wear. So not sure if he flopped over or just caught a tree.
Cole Clark is riding passenger with him.
Really? You are right. He did tell me that this morning. I forgot. So he's learning the course for his tomorrow race. And it's what are your thoughts about running it is a seriously built UTV with the 4400s, but that machine he's built is amazing.
Yeah, I'm a Polaris guy. We're one of the few people I run a Polaris, so definitely have Cole's support on that. It's incredible, and I think that you're going to see more and more of that.
I think so. I mean, Kyle Chaney just won King of the Hammers in that Can-Am.
I love the big V8, like when Paul rolled back in the 10 earlier and we were working on his car. There's nothing,
the rumble and the horsepower.
There's nothing better than that. I don't want to see that go away. I do think we do need some.
So we're on the same page because I love that, but I respect the UTV.
Yeah.
Like, it's open. Build it. Come on out.
I do think we need some rules to make sure that the V8s stay in play, and I don't want to just to see the UTVs take over. But dude, it's super cool to see UTV run with those guys. So
it's pretty impressive. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll just see.
Yep.
Technology's growing by the day.
Yep. So it'll be interesting. Like I said, I'm the same way. I want to see the V8 stay, but it is super awesome watching the UTV go out there and play with those guys.
And we'll see him tomorrow. That's Cole Clark. Looks like John Holsapple broke an axle out of the race and needs recovery. Looks like we should have Clay Wallstead heading my way here in a little bit, as well as Osho Owen Van Epperen.
I'm going to jump off here so I can do another interview.
All right. Well, Cody, always a pleasure, my man, and better luck next time. I'll see you in a couple weeks. How about that?
Kentucky,
and good luck tomorrow.
We're going to give her hell, man.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks, Cody Willenborg. Another great day of racing. Cody was smoking the field until he wasn't. So far, so good. Everything's running smooth. The Area 51 and all the volunteers are keeping extremely busy, as long as the Ultra 4 USA staff. And again, thanks to everybody out here who makes this possible. All the volunteers, Area 51, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. We have Jack flying the FPV Believe Cam drone. We got RDP, Pam's running social. Roxy and Robert are selling the things. Jeremy's helping with the race ops. Brian Trotter's running the race. Goodby's making sure we're all doing our job. And Abe and Tennessee Mike are in the mix, and we got a great team. And I'm proud to be a part of it, and really enjoy every day of work. I guess you call this work. It is a lot of work, but it's fun. So we're seeing, so the tracker of Paul Wolf is not updating, but they can go back and replay it later. So just because it's not here doesn't mean we can't check them after the checkered flag flies. And we'll be giving away those awards tomorrow evening. So I don't know where Wolf is, but Lee Bull is at race mile 7.5. So they're past me by about a mile. So they're literally at the halfway mark on their last lap, their third and final lap with the 4900 open and the 4900 stock. So let me break it down for you this way. So it looks like in the open class, it's Paul Wolf, Cameron Dickey, Robert Lee Bull, Jay Shaw. We know Cody Willenborg's out. Mitchell Roccacelli. Trying to get down to the stock class. So first in the stock class is Clay Wallstead, and we know he's still moving. And then it's Rodney Van Epperen, and then Owen Van Epperen, and then Justin Barr. So we still got a pretty good battle for the 4900 stock class. But again, in that open class for the 4900 all things UTV open class, it's Paul Wolf, Cameron Dickey, Robert Lee Bull, and Jay Shaw. Those top four are battling for that podium. And Paul Wolf won the open class last year at Nationals at this exact race. We'll see if he can back it up again. And right now, so far, so good. And another amazing feat for that dude of Paul Wolf is that car has to race the next race. Nick Anderson is supposed to do it. Mark McCleary is supposed to do it. And I think there's a couple others that are pulling double duty in the same car. So they got to race 3 laps. 16 miles per lap, so that's roughly 48 miles. So again, if you are tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. I am Miles Hasselquist, and we are at the pointy end of the 4900 All Things UTV Open class and the 4900 Stock UTV classes. So there's two races going on at the same time. They are scored separately, and right now it's Paul Wolf 1. Oh, Liam Dickey is out of the race. So that makes Robert Liebel 2 and Jay Saw 3. Oh, and here's one of our leaders for the stock class, or at least a podium, is Rodney Van Eperen in second place in the UTV stock class. He is running strong. Yamaha's going to be pretty stoked if they can get Rodney and Owen Van Eperen in the stock class podiums. Right now in stock class, it's Clay Wallstedt, then Rodney Van Eperen, then Owen Van Eperen. So a great run going for the Van Eperens. Rodney's got his son Ethan riding shotgun with him for his first ever race going on. And getting an update from my buddy Nick Anderson. He is out, broken A-arm and a shock. And I just texted him back to see if he's going to make the next race because that seems like a pretty good feat. We'll see what he's got to say. But Nick Anderson is out of the race. He had a great race going until he didn't. So we'll get back on the tracker and see how everything's going there. Oh, Justin Barth still moving along through Onion Patch. And the fastest lap so far today is going to be Liam Dickey with a 35.26. That's pretty impressive, that stock Kawasaki. Too bad he is out of the race. Hate to hear that for him. Had a lot of Dickey fans online rooting them on today. Josh is tuned in. Heather, Jonathan, thanks for tuning in. And I hear somebody at the top of the hill. I'm going to guess that's Owen Van Eperen. I should have him in my eyesight here in about a minute or so. And I still hear him coming. He's in Kelly's cut as we speak. He should be popping out. And again, I'm going to guess by the sound of it, it's Owen Van Eperen. And yes, it is. I've got physical eyes. Owen Van Eperen. That's going to put him physical third, right behind his dad. So Owen Van Eperen in the stock class is in third place. His dad, Rodney Van Eperen, in second place, and Clay Wallstead in that first. That's stock class. Now we'll go to the UTV 4900, all things UTV open class. It's Paul Wolf, then Cameron Dickey, and then Robert Liebel. Jason Washburn just clicked off his second lap, so he's on his third and final lap. We only have 7 race cars out of 24 on their on the lead lap. That just goes to show you how tough this race actually is. And it looks like Mitchell Roccacelli's still moving along. We should see him here in just a little bit. The Area 51 crew's keeping me updated. A lot of people in the pits, a lot of people back at home. So sometimes I go quiet a little bit, but I'm catching up on social, text, YouTube, a little bit of everything. And here comes Clay Wallstead. Is that? Yes, it is. So 3:15. So isn't it? His car took a little bit of a tumble, it looked like. So Clay Wallstead is now in third. So that puts Rodney Van Eperen and Owen Van Eperen 1 and 2 in the stock class. Clay was winning the stock class, but obviously took a tumble of some sort. And, hey, he's still out there pushing. So we are towards the end of the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar here at the Davis, Oklahoma. It's a beautiful place down here, and it has been a great race with the 4900 Open and Stock Class race. Up next is the Pro Modified. It's going to be a good one. And over in the crowd, I see Kelly, who made Kelly's cut. That's just right up the way for us. We'll try to get him to hop in with us here in a few minutes. He's smiling at me. We'll see what happens. And Doug with Area 51 just told me that number 64 of Kurt the Rocket Mackey is coming my way. And man, so again, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the live timing there at the PCI start finish. That shows you their lap times and what lap they are on. But then go to Racing Tracks. Oh, and Paul Wolf while I'm looking at it, just grabs the green flag. So Paul Wolf, number 1018 of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am with Badlands Off-Road, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV is your physical first finisher. And I'm looking through the list, and I think he's got it pretty locked down. So it's unofficial, but Paul Wolf, 1018, just unofficially wins the 4900 All Things UTV Open Class. What a great run by him. And Robert Lee Bull, and I'm getting a little update from my buddy Jeremy Dickinson that physical first finish was Robert Lee Bull, but on adjusted time, Paul Wolf had him. So, again, I'm not sitting there at the start finish, so there the camera's back, kind of watching too many screens at once. But Robert Lee Bull physically finished first, but on adjusted time, it looks like it's Paul Wolf, and it looks like it's got about a 6-minute lead on adjusted time from Wolf to Lee Bull. But what a great battle by those two and their Can-Ams, really pushing the limits in the 4900 All Things UTV Open Class. So we'll see how far back is Jay Shaw. I'll get on Racing Tracks. Looks like Jay Shaw is close. So we should have a finisher of Jay Shaw here in just a moment. That could be him there in the background in the short course. But James, our tech guy, is waving the flag today. We're trying to streamline the tech, and he's the right man for the job, that's for sure. And let's see who that was. Trying to get an update here. That could have been lap traffic, it looks like. Hard to tell who's who with all these brown cars out on course. It is a Grand Prix style finish, and it is Jay Shaw, number 17, out of Trussville, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle and his CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R with OBOR tires, Raceline wheels, and Double E Racing. And then the second spot, just finished a moment ago, was Robert Lee Bull and Tony Busby, number 441, out of Quinlan, Texas, with Lee Bull Racing. Part of the open class as well, and that Can-Am X3 with Rigid Excavation, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shop, OBOR Tire, and Double E Racing. So that is your podium for the All Things UTV Open Class unofficially. Again, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's, make sure everybody's playing on the same game. But we still have another race going on, and that is the stock class. And it is Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, and then Clay Wallstedt. If the Van Eperens can be 1 and 2 on the podium, they're going to be stoked. Oh, and Nick Anderson just updated me. They are broke, but they are getting back to camp, and they plan on getting it fixed for the Pro Mod race. So they got to switch out an A-arm and a shock. The race, they got a couple hours, I guess. And that is Justin Barth cruising by me, the number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing as he makes his way up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. And I hear another one heading into Kelly's Cut. We'll see who this one is here in just a minute or two. And there's Dead Man Slide back there, still waiting for a few cars to come into screen. But here's somebody moving right along. Let me see if I can get a visual. I believe that's Mitchell Roccacelli. And it is Mitchell Roccacelli. Really pushing hard. Dusting us out a little bit here in the Big B studio. But he's having some fun out there. And on that climb, I can't tell if he had front-wheel drive or not. Well, I'm going to switch back over here, check the YouTube chat. Looks like John Arnold's tuning in. Heather and Yeti. Thanks for checking out everything. So let's switch over here. I want to see where Owen, there they are, okay. So Rodney Van Eperen is at race mile 12. Owen Van Eperen at race mile 10. How far back is Wallstead? I don't see Wallstead on here. He was our leader last time through the start finish, but physically here at race mile 6.5 at Rockface, Wallstead was behind both Van Eperens. So the race for the stock class, they still got about another, 10 minutes or so. But again, I think the fastest lap of the day went to Dickey, if I remember that right. Trying to look where he was at. Yeah, Liam Dickey turned a 35.26. Paul Wolf, who won this race, had his fastest race on his third lap with a 36.39. So, man, what a great last push for Paul Wolf as he made it happen. Robert Liebold did finish physically in front of him, but on adjusted time, Paul Wolf stole it away. And then Jay Shaw in that third position. So that is the all things UTV open class. And then we're going to, like I said, go back to the stock class. It's Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, and then Clay Wallstedt. And then here, I believe it's at 5:30. No, at 5 o'clock is when we kick off the Pro Modified G-Force Suspension UTV race. So the action's starting to slow down because the leaders are through my area. But we will get the podium filled up for the stock class before we take a little break. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We're located in south central Oklahoma in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountain Range, just about an hour south of Oklahoma City, 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas. Turner Falls is just right down it butts up to the Crossbar Ranch, a really cool waterfall here in the area, 77 feet tall. The elevation here is roughly 850 feet. Population is 3,000. But at the Crossbar Ranch proper, it's 6,000 acres with over 150 miles of trails. It's owned by the city of, but our good buddy Justin Ramsey is the manager. He's got a great crew, and the Area 51 crowd has been out here helping all week long, volunteering. They've fed us dinner. They've been coming out, running course, and doing a lot of the recovery out here. So can't say enough good things about the Area 51 crew, helping everything run smooth out here. This is our first Ultra 4 USA Central Series race. Up next is round number 2 for Ultra 4 USA in the eastern side in Bowling Green, Kentucky at Beach Bend Raceway. And that is Kurt the Rocket Mackey, number 64, as he's cruising by. Again, these cars are getting tougher and tougher to tell who's who, but he's making it happen. He's taking it a little slow, but making it up. He's taking that preferred center line. There's a shot just to your right, my left, that you can see, and that looks like Justin Barth just made it up dead man slide. But tomorrow afternoon, we're going to close what's behind me and close that side off, and you got to do the hero lines there. Couldn't quite tell who that one was. That could have been Roccacelli. But the hero lines at Rockface, starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, are going to be off the hook with the 4400 Unlimited class. We still have the Pro Modified class yet to come tonight. And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, we kick off the EMC races, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 the 4500 Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Trying to do too many things at once. Sorry about that. Got somebody ripping in a Polaris. And I could not tell who that was at all. Yeah, these cars are getting tougher and tougher to see who's who. Let me see if I can get over to Racing Tracks to see who's in my area. That could have been Adam Brown, who I thought was out of the race. Trying to zoom in here. Yeah, I still think Adam Brown's out. I'm just trying to think who else has a Polaris that sounds like that that's in my area, and I don't see them. Oh, you know who that was? That was Ian Dickey. Okay, that makes sense. They are out on their lead lap. Let's see how far back Van Epperens are from crossing the start finish. They're getting closer, it looks like. Yeah, it's going to be very soon for Rodney Van Eperen. And soon, like I just said, I believe. Let me check here. Waiting for everything to update, but that could be Rodney Van Eperen getting ready for the checkered flag for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. If it can be 1-2 for Rodney and Owen Van Eperen, they are going to be stoked. We started this morning early. We got here on site at 6:30 to get everything set up for the live show for qualifying. Then we tore down, hauled butt down here. We missed the start of the Youth 1K, but got set up, got teched, and got it running. Congratulations to Jet Full Throttle Chamberlain for unofficially winning his first Ultra 4 USA race. And then right now, it's looking good for the 4900 All Things UTV Open class for Paul Wolf 1, Robert Lee Bull 2, and Jay Shaw in that third position. Now we're just waiting for the stock class, but I think it's going to be Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, and then either Clay Wallstedt or Justin Barth. We got to wait and see. We give a huge shout out to Factor 55, PCI, G-Force Suspension, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, King, Spider Tracks, Freight Factory, Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, and Monster Energy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. And don't forget to go see Roxy. She's at the Ultra Ford trailer. She's selling shirts. She's selling hats. She's got it all. And if you missed that, go to kingofthehammers.com, get on the online store, and order whatever you want. She'll get it shipped out soon. Had an amazing filly for lunch from the Roach Coach here in the main pit at the Ultra Ford trailer. They've got fillies, they've got burgers, they've got all the fried goodies like cheese curds and fries and all that stuff. Maxxis is here on site, as well as Raceline Wheels. And then there's a bunch of racers that showed up, and they're putting on a show. Should have Jason Washburn and Philip McGilton here soon. And it is Jason Washburn in that beautiful wide open design Polaris single seat machine. Blowing a little dust through the Big B studio. So I got a little bit caught up in the moment, but Jeremy Dickinson is keeping me honest that stock class still has one more lap to go. So they're definitely a little bit more off pace in the open class. So we got a little bit more time yet to come before the checkered flag flies for either Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, and Clay Wallstedt, Justin Barth, Randy Shahan. I think Randy Shahan is out, so not looking good for him. But Rodney and Owen Van Eperen are on the lead lap, or their third and final lap for the 4900 stock class. And we got on the FPV Believe cam flown by Jack. That is Philip McGilton, number 47, out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports, heading up the Brannock Bowl right here at Rockface, mile 6.5. And that left line that is a little bit easier. It's longer, but he's putting that Can-Am through its paces. What some great shots. And again, we've been fighting some technical difficulties out here, but you can't call, you can't text. We're in the middle of nowhere. Starstream's amazing, but it's got some hiccups out here in the nowhere land. And look how vast and beautiful this place is. The camera doesn't do it justice, but that is a very steep hill as we cruise by the Brannock flag there. There's the Big B studio on your right. We've had some carnage today, that is for sure. A lot of breakages out there. Some flat tires, some axles, some shocks, some suspension, and everything in between. And that's the fun little creek they get to cruise through. It is absolutely beautiful out here at the Crossbar Ranch, just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. That's Jack and RDP on screen right there, making the magic happen. With Take It Live and Chris Lundy back at home, switching the show and shooting it up to the YouTubes. Getting back on racing tracks, trying to look up the Van Eperons. Looks like Owen Van Eperen is at race mile 2, and Rodney Van Eperen, his dad, with his brother riding shotgun, Ethan, is at race mile 3. So we still got another 15, 20 minutes before we see them. And there's Dead Man Slide waiting for some more cars to come through. Getting an update through the PCI race radio. It is Rodney Van Eperen, our leader in the stock class, is stopped just past race mile 3.5. Let me get on the tracker here. Yes, it is. You can see that red teardrop at the bottom. So that means his son, Owen Van Eperen, will be the next one. Can he pass his dad? Let's see how long he stays stopped there. I'm going to click it. It updated at 1:33, so it's a current update. I'll click on Owen Van Eperen, his son, who's in second place, still moving at 12 miles an hour. And nobody else is on their third lap in the stock class. Who's it going to be next? Is it going to be Clay Wallstedt or Justin Barth? Mitchell Roccacelli just clicked off his second lap, so he's on his third and final lap. He's in the All Things UTV Open class. And we still just have 3 finishers. And that is Paul Wolf 1, Robert Lee Bull 2, and Jay Shaw in that third position. All part of the All Things UTV Open class. That is our unofficial podium positions. Paul Wolf, Robert Lee Bull, and Jay Shaw. So we still got, I'm going to guess, another 30 to 45 minutes for the checkered flag flies for the stock class. The open class was moving today. Doug with Area 51 is keeping me up to date. It sounds like Rodney Van Eperen is winching up Onion Patch as we speak. So he may not actually be stopped. They're actually, well, they are technically stopped, but they are still moving. They're just going so slow the tracker shows them at 0. But they are using their winch right now. And yes, so yeah, the winch worked. Rodney Van Eperen is back and moving. And Owen, his son, is in Onion Patch trying to make his way up. Again, on the tracker, it shows him stopped. But that's just because he's doing less than a mile an hour trying to make his way up. Not sure if he's winching yet or not, but they're struggling in Onion Patch, but making their way. Going through a few things, making sure everything is caught up. Not a whole lot of action down here at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface, but our leaders in the 4,900 stock class should be coming through here in just probably another, let's see. I think we still got some time. I think another 15 or 20 minutes. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. It has been a very tough race. The attrition is high. This course is tough. It was a 3-lap race, 16 miles per, so 48 miles in total, and it's been a wild one for sure. Nick Anderson was running strong early. Well, let's start off with Cody Willenborg was running away with this race on lap number 1. Broke at the end of lap number 1, out. Nick Anderson running strong, out. Mark McCleary running strong, out. I mean, the attrition's been high, but man, Paul Wolf, Robert Lee Bull, and Jay Shaw put on an amazing, amazing race. Oh, and Ian Dickey just crossed the line, unofficial 4th in the number 211 out of Norfolk, Nebraska, with Ian Dickey Racing in his Polaris Pro R, Power Sports Nation, Double E Sedona, and PPEI. So great run by Ian Dickey. And David Clay with Racing Tracks just had a mechanical alert from Philip McGilton at race mile 9.7. So that means he is not calling himself out of the race. He is just letting anybody else that's coming up behind him know he has an issue, and he is physically working on the car. It's a great safety thing that Racing Tracks has. They have a push to pass. You hit that button, it tells the person in front of you, hey, I'm here. And the person in front of you can hit an OK button and say, yep, I know you're there. I'm going to pull over at a safe spot and let you by. But they've got the mechanical alert. So when you're stopped, changing a tire, working on something, winching, you can hit that button. And 1,000 feet behind you, it lets those cars know that there's somebody to be on the look for. And then there's also a tip alert that it knows when you are on your side or upside down as well. So Racing Tracks has a lot of great information, and we love having them here at the racetrack. Oh, and he's actually updated me. The mechanical alert is them saying they do need a tow strap. A stop alert is when they're just changing tires or something. Thank you, David, for keeping me clear on that. So, yeah, tough break for Phil McGilton out of the race. I got an update from my buddy Mick Henson. He is riding with Philip McGilton. They lost a front wheel bearing, which caused the tire to fall off. So they are officially out of the race. Tough break for Philip McGilton, but hey, he's got his chance for redemption. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Central Time is when the 4,400 class takes off, and that's where Philip McGilton will try to shine. So we are watching the PCI start finish there, waiting for a few more competitors to come through. But here at Rockface, mile 6.5 at the Brannock Bowl, we should be seeing the Van Eperons here in just a little bit. Get on racing tracks once again. And they are both moving. And it looks like Owen is at 4.5 and Rodney's at 5.5. So we should see Rodney, I'm going to guess, here in about 5 minutes. Owen, his son, is 5 to 10 minutes behind him. And they are our leaders in the 4,900 stock class. This is round 1 for the Ultra 4 USA Central Series. Next race up is round number 2 in the Eastern Series in Bowling Green, Kentucky, at the Beach Bend Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd. And then we go back-to-back weekends. We go to Area BFE in Moab, Utah, May 9th and 10th for our second Western Series race. And then our second Central Series race is at Badlands Off-Road Park, June 6th and 7th in Attica, Indiana. And then we head for our third race in the Eastern Series at AOP in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th through the 28th. And then we go to the Buffalo Chip Daring Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota, August 1st and 2nd for our third race in the Central Series. And our third race in the Western Series, go to Vegas to Reno, August 13th through the 16th. And then our Joker race for the Central Series is at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend for the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championship. And then we go from there to back to Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway during LS Fest, September 5th and 6th. And then back to NorCal for that Joker race in the Western Series, September 19th and 20th in Rancho Cordova, California. And then we finish out the year for the 2025 Ultra 4 USA Nationals at the Laughlin Desert Classic, October 16th through the 18th. And Rodney Van Eperen is still moving as well as Owen Van Eperen. Let's see if anybody else has crossed the line to make it on their last lap. So Justin Barth has. Okay, so he is our new third place in the UTV stock class. So it is in the stock. It's Rodney Van Eperen, then Owen Van Eperen, then Justin Barth. That is our podium thus far, but hey, they still got to finish this race. And the only people who have finished is unofficial 1, Paul Wolf, 2, Robert Lee Bull, 3, Jay Shaw, and 4th is Ian Dickey. And they are all part of the All Things UTV Open class. This is all part of the exciting weekend that is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. There goes our water truck keeping the dust down there at the PCI start finish. There's a pretty good crowd right up there. There's another great viewing area. Oh, I see Brad Christensen running around over here, part of Rufus Racing. We'll see if he can give us a 2-cent tour of what's going on this weekend, and he just smiles and nods and keep on walking. He's just down here enjoying, and here is Rodney Van Eperen here at Rockface, our physical race leader in the 4900 stock class. And David Clay just let us know the top 5 of UTV Open all look good on the tracker. So again, I'm not going to say it's official, but it's looking pretty close. That Paul Wolf is 1, Robert Lee Bull 2, and Jay Shaw in that 3rd position. And then just cruising through Rockface as we speak is our race leader for the stock class of Rodney Van Eperen and his son Ethan Van Eperen. This is Ethan's first time ever co-driving for his dad. And it looks like we got another competitor across the line. And that is an official finisher of Jason Washburn, number 98 out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, with wide open design. And that wide open design single seat chassis with a Polaris Turbo R, Radflow, RCV, PRP, and Warn. Great to see him getting a finish here at the PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. So we've got 5 across the line. We started right around 1 o'clock. So we've been racing for almost 3 hours, and only 5 out of 24 competitors have officially finished this race. That just goes to show you how tough this race is with Ultra 4 USA. Oh, and it looks like Justin Bart just came through Onion Patch. So we should see him in here in about 15 or 20 minutes. And Owen Van Eperen should be getting really close. Gavin Smith, who's racing in the Pro Mod race up next, has been tuned in all day watching. Thanks for checking out the live feed, and good luck at your next race. Rufus Racing is in the house. Come down here to spectate. Most of their crew, Travis Forshee is racing today, so we'll see him up next. That's probably why they're down here. And then we'll have Scott Farley in the morning, and then Chip McLaughlin in the afternoon. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching them race this afternoon and tomorrow all day. Again, this is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. I'm Miles Hasselquist, and we are live racing right now, trying to get a podium set for the 4900 stock class. And up next is the 4900 G-Force Racing Suspension Pro Modified class. Make sure if you're at home, get on your computer or your iPad and get up ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Have the Racing Tracks app up as well. And then obviously give us some comments on the YouTubes. And physical second place is coming through on the FPV Believe cam. That is Owen Van Eperen, number 5, and his buddy Luke Stubbs out of Freedom, Wisconsin with Van Eperen Racing in that Yamaha Racing R-Max. Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, and GBC tires. Oh, and a little bit on the struggle bus right here. He's going to have to back up and either get a more of a run at it or take that easier left line. And it looks like that's what he's going to choose to do. So Owen Van Eperen trying to chase down his dad, Rodney Van Eperen, in the 4900 stock class. We'll see if he can make it stick. Again, some great drone flying here for the Ultra 4 USA. PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. We have right now been racing for 3 hours, and we still only have 5 official finishers out of 24. What an amazingly tough race this has. Well, this is a true Ultra 4 USA race course. Has a little bit of everything. It's got the rocks. It's got the water. It's got the big climbs. It's got the tight trees and the wide open prairie areas. So all 4, and a short course. So it's got all 4 disciplines right here in Davis, Oklahoma. So hopping in the Big B studio with me is Scott Farley, the pole setter for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and you'll be taking off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good about it. Never qualified first before, so we're gonna figure out if I'm a racer or if I'm a chaser.
Yeah,
Not quite sure yet.
only one way to
Go.
find out. I love it. But yeah, you had a rip this morning. I think you were the overall EMC qualifier, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, you were.
Yeah.
So that's a stat you can put in the hat.
Yep.
And you got that. That's an old Tribe 16 car, right?
Yes, it is.
And you got that probably right about a year ago now, isn't it?
Yep. About 3 months before nationals last
Yeah.
year. So
yeah, right about. Yeah.
Yep.
And you've been tweaking it. You've been working on it yourself.
Yep. We've done a lot of changes. Little stuff to try and make it a little faster. After this race, actually, we're gonna go pretty deep into some cutting.
Okay, you're gonna redo some stuff, huh?
Try and make it handle a little better on the short course. I'm pretty decent in the trees and the rocks, but when it comes to the short course, I don't have much experience there, but I do know that car likes to be on 2 wheels. So
It likes to do a
We're
little
trying to-
bicycling, huh?
we're trying to get that figured out.
So let's talk about the course a little bit. It's 16 miles and it's tough. It's similar to last year, but it's backwards. We
Yes.
cut out a few of the high-speed miles, but the tight trees are pretty interesting.
Yep, it's definitely interesting from racing it last year, because racing it, I memorized the course and
Oh, and
seeing it
here
this year.
here comes another one. I'm gonna guess this is Justin Barth, our third place physical out on course in the stock class. And giving a thumbs up, Justin Barth replies. He's having fun out there, ripping around. He's in the Brannick Bowl, about to head up Rockface as we speak. But what's your favorite part of the course this year? During pre-running, obviously.
Yeah, I really like the woods.
Yeah,
tight
the tight
woods, just
technical.
Hauling the mail, just weaving in and out. It's just really enjoyable to me.
Yeah, no,
but
it's a cool area. I love it here.
seeing the course backwards though, the way you hit the obstacles the last time we raced here, and then the way we hit them now is completely different.
Oh, I mean, yeah, 100% different. Yeah,
It's,
it makes it a completely different race course.
stuff that we didn't even think about last time we're thinking about, and stuff that was hard, last time.
Is nothing.
It's nothing. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Absolutely. So there's the 417 of Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing, part of the stock class, and that Can-Am Maverick R, Raceline wheels, ZRP, and G-Force. And you're talking about cutting up the car and trying to do a little more to it. You came up through the Fab School, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
kind of give us your rundown on that. That seems like such a cool program.
Yep. So when we started getting into, because we started out rock crawling and just wheeling with our buddies, when we started getting more into the racing stuff, we actually saw on the King of the Hammers live feed, the Fab School. Did some research into that, and right when I got out of school.
Yeah, you
I
and your
went-
buddy Jackson, right?
Yes,
Went
sir.
through together?
Yep. So the first time I went down there for the Fab class, and then the second time when he graduated high school the year after, we went down to the DDM class, which is digital design. And
Okay.
all the computer stuff. So
Yeah,
we're-
doing all the
Yep.
CNC or what am I trying to say?
the plasma tables,
Yeah.
laser, press brakes, that kind of stuff. Just
And CAD too,
Yeah.
right?
yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. CAD.
Yeah.
I just dropped it.
Yep. Just trying to be more efficient and find the best way to make these cars fast.
And now you're one of the lead mechanics at Rufus Racing, right?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, trying. Yeah, and between Chip and everybody else, they keep you busy, don't you? Don't they?
Sure.
And then working on your own
Yeah, on
junk.
top of myself. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, keeping busy, that's for
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, you guys are out of Dallas area, so you're only about 2.5 hours from here.
Yep.
So consider this kind of a home track for you
yeah,
guys.
For sure.
And
we come
you-
out here and test.
I was just gonna say, you come out here and just play wheel, but
Yeah.
you're testing and tuning.
Yep. When we make any major changes or anything, when the car goes to complete chassis or anything like that, we come out here, try to test the cars out, make sure we didn't miss anything, and give them a little rundown.
Yeah, no, it's cool to have this, not in your backyard, but close enough you can
Yep,
make a
close
day
enough.
trip or a quick weekend out of it,
Yep.
and just go have fun with your friends, make some memories, and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what Rufus Racing's all
For
about.
sure.
You guys are always having some fun. Yeah, so
Mhm.
tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you'll be taking that green flag
Yeah,
from the front of the pack, and I like your little
Yeah.
sign. You'll see if you're a racer or a chaser. I like that little
Yeah.
signature.
Yep. That's for sure. That's the only bad part about qualifying first.
Yeah, is now
8
you don't
a.m.
have adjusted time on your side. You're
No.
not chasing somebody's dust, so
Exactly.
it's all in your head. Am I pushing too hard? Am I not pushing hard enough?
Exactly.
Casey Gilbert said he kind of gets lackadaisical. You know what that means? Me
no,
neither.
slow down.
But basically, he's saying that you kind of get out front, and to that point is you don't know if you're pushing too hard
Yep.
or hard enough. Obviously, with the live show with tracking, your crew can kind of keep you on point to say, hey, you're not going fast enough. They're catching you, or hey, you're way out front. Don't destroy the car.
Yeah, that's one of the big things I'm working with the team, trying to figure out. I want to do, I want my split times. I want to know.
Oh yeah.
I want constant updates on where I'm at, because I know the last time I had some issues in qualifying with the car at the brakes. As soon as I went to take off from the starting line, the brakes locked up.
Well, that's handy.
So
I do remember that.
so
You took
I-
off and stopped. I'm like, what's he doing?
Yeah. So I started, the complete back of the pack. But for me, first time in the car, it was kind of nice because I could see someone, I could chase their dust, pick them up,
And
I
see
could
their
just
lines.
I could keep doing that over
Yeah.
and over again.
And then towards the end of the race, then all of a sudden you do have
Yes.
adjusted time on your
Yeah,
side.
it adds up. So I'm definitely gonna have to be on top of my game tomorrow to keep it.
To see if you can make it happen. So let's talk strategy. It's a 3-lap race, 16 miles per lap, so 48 miles in total. How hard do you push on that first lap? Pretty strong, right?
I'm gonna push where I think the car is
That probably 80-90% is my guess.
right on the edge there.
Yeah. Okay.
Right on the edge of out of control.
Well, don't we all?
Yeah, and then once my team gives me split times and lets me know how I'm doing, if I need to speed up or slow down, I will. If we need to push harder, we'll push harder. If we need to stay where we're at, we'll stay where we're at.
Yeah, no, I love it. Looks like Squatchacane's tuned in. Thank you for checking that out. And I'm going to get back over here to Racing Tracks to see how far back the Van Eperons are from grabbing that checkered flag. Looks like Rodney Van Eperen is at race mile 13 of 16, so he's got 3 more miles to go, and he's gained, he's up to 2-mile lead over Owen Van Eperen, and then Justin Barth is roughly race mile 8. So our top 3 in the stock class still have some time to come on in. The next race starts here in about 50 minutes, so there's going to be some more cars out on course with some carnage. And you got your buddy Johnny Littlefoot riding shotgun with you tomorrow morning. But today you got your other buddy Travis Forshee getting ready to take off. And who's riding with him? Remind me.
Yep, Tyler.
Oh, Tyler Haggard. Okay, yep. He is Cody St. Clair's normal co-driver. That's right.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of names in my head. I got to get a little
Yeah,
fresh
for sure.
spark, and there it is.
Yep.
So, we'll definitely have to clear course, make sure everybody's off the course, because this Racing Tracks has some dings all over. So we'll make sure they're clear a course and get that race started here in about 45-50 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, we were in pits earlier.
In the main pits or the hot pits?
I thought there was only one pit.
Well, you're camped in main pit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then there's the hot
pits.
pit.
Yeah, hot pit. It's definitely going to be whose car can hold up the longest.
Yeah.
There was some major carnage out there right at the beginning.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the fast guys way out front drop out.
Yep.
Drop out. And then Paul Wolf started, he didn't start on time, so he had to start mid-pack, and he picked him off, and was right there battling with Robert Lee Bull, but he did have that adjusted time on his side. So we'll go through the top in the 4,900 Open all things UTV class. Unofficial first is Paul Wolf, then Robert Lee Bull, then Jay Shaw, and that is your podium. And then we have Ian Dickey and Jason Washburn, 4th and 5th. And those are our only finishers after 3 hours and 15 minutes. How wild's that?
That's pretty wild. I think I need to study up a little bit
Yeah.
tonight.
So tomorrow morning you take off at 8. So the fast lap times are 35-40 minutes. So I think you'll be right in that. These are UTVs, are a little more nimble. I think you'll be in that 40-minute range. So that's right at 2 hours for the leader, is my guess.
Yep.
That's a lot of punishment.
Hopefully we're about hour 50 then.
There you go. I like it. I like your style. So anything else new and exciting with you and Rufus, or just kind of enjoying yourself and out here racing?
Just trying to figure it out.
Yep, I get
Trying
that.
to go faster and figure out what we can do.
100%.
Squeeze some more races in. We're trying to.
Yeah. What's the next race for Rufus?
I'm trying to go to Kentucky.
All right. Oh, and here in 2 weeks, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what I want to lower the rear tire and put a front sway bar on it before that, but it's going to be a quick turnaround. So
yeah. Yeah, we're going to be there in 2 short weeks.
Yes, very short weeks.
And with travel, it's only a week and a half.
Yep. So we're going to see if we can do that.
That'd be fun.
Get a little short course practice in, and then hopefully for LS Fest we'll.
Oh, man, LS Fest. So Bowling Green, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway, they do drag racing. They've got a full-on amusement park there as well. It's a cool area. And then LS Fest, I've only heard about it, but it's jam-packed. And it's going to be really cool to get all those different eyeballs on Ultra 4 that are there just spectating for LS. And then we're going to be there putting on a show, and it's going to be fun.
Yep, we were there last year. I had no clue what to expect when I got there. When I saw roller coasters and drag yards, I was
me
like,
too.
This is cool.
Yep, so I'm excited to be back. And we're at the PCI start-finish. And we just saw the worn dead man slide there for a second. There's some cool obstacles out here on course. Onion patch, screen door. We've had some action out on there. We don't have those cameras out there. They're too remote. But, man, there's been some carnage for sure.
Hopefully you're not saying that about me tomorrow.
I hope not, buddy. But if you do happen to break down right here, you can come talk to me again.
Oh, yeah. If I'm going to break down anywhere, it's going to be right here so I can walk on over.
Exactly. Well, I'll let you get back to enjoying your buddies over there. But when Travis is out there, if you want to come say hey again, please do.
Cool. Thank you,
All right. Well, Scott Farley with Rufus Racing. All right. It's looking like race mile 14.5 for Rodney Van Eperen. And it looks like Owen Van Eperen is only about 1 mile behind his dad, so he's gained a little bit of ground here recently. So we should have the checkered flag flying for unofficial first Rodney Van Eperen and unofficial second Owen Van Eperen here in the next 5 minutes or so. And then Justin Barth is a little bit further back, but those are our top 3 in the stock class thus far. And I'm seeing some dust in the short course. Who could that be? I think it's going to be Owen Van Eperen. So we'll keep on this shot right here and patiently await. I think he even just crossed the heads-up loop. So I do believe Rodney Van Eperen, number 45, with his son Ethan Van Eperen, riding his first time ever with his dad during a race out of Freedom, Wisconsin with Van Eperen Racing. Should be grabbing that checkered flag here in just a moment. In that Yamaha Racing R-Max with Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, and GBC tires. And there it is. Rodney Van Eperen grabs the checkered flag, unofficially winning the 4900 stock class in that Yamaha R-Max. Great run by Rodney and his son, Ethan. And now his other son, Owen, should be in here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Switch back and look at the beautiful backdrop we have right here at the Big B studio. That is the Brannock Bowl of Rockface. A really fun area to come out and spectate, come out and play during the week. We are here for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We had 24 competitors take the green flag at 1 p.m., and we've only had 6 cross the line at the PCI start finish. And the last one that just did, unofficially winning, the 4900 UTV stock class of Rodney Van Eperen. You probably recognize those names from short course. They run up with Champ Off-Road at the Big House quite a bit with their Yamaha-backed machines. Great to see Rodney Van Eperen out here racing with us and unofficially winning his class. And over an hour ago, Paul Wolf unofficially wins the All Things UTV Open class with Robert Liebel right behind him. Then it was Jay Shaw finishing out the podium, and then Ian Dickey, and then Jason Washburn. But unofficially winning the stock class is Rodney Van Eperen. And it looks like Owen Van Eperen does grab the checkered flag. Unofficial second for Owen Van Eperen, number 5, with his buddy Luke Stubbs riding shotgun out of Freedom, Wisconsin with Van Eperen Racing. In the Yamaha Racing R-Max with Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, and GBC Tire. So congratulations to the Eperen, unofficial 1 and 2 in the UTV stock class. Let me switch back up to racing tracks, see how far back Justin Barth is. It looks like he's at race mile 11, so he still has 5 more miles to go before he grabs the checker flag and hopefully gets that third place position. And kind of looking to see who else is moving. I think that's about it. So obviously our course workers will have to start clearing everybody out and getting ready. We should be starting here in about 40 minutes for the Pro Modified class. So thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. So again, we probably have another 15 or 20 minutes before Justin Barth grabs that checkered flag, and then we'll get everything set up for a 5 o'clock start for the Pro Modified class, presented by G-Force Suspension. And joining me in the Big D studio is Johnny Littlefoot with Rufus Racing. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you, Miles?
Do you even have a last name?
I do. Jonathan Williams.
All right, I knew that. Okay, yeah. Everybody calls you Littlefoot, and I was like, I know it's Johnny. Johnny Williams, yeah. So you're co-driving for Scott Farley this morning.
Yeah.
Or tomorrow morning, sorry.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. We were chatting with him, and obviously this was his best finish in qualifying ever. And he was saying he's gonna find out if he's a racer or a chaser.
That's right.
So you're gonna have to keep him on his toes.
Yep. That's something we've noticed on this track is calling out your 300, 200 feet.
Yeah.
Just pushing it up till that turn so we can get back out of that turn
and haul it up, right?
Haul it out.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun to watching you guys. I think there's about 15 in the EMC class overall. There's 3 classes will be racing: the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4500 modified, and then your class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And you got your hands full for sure. You've seen the carnage out there today.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
And then your buddy Travis Forshee will be taking off here, like I said, just over a half hour at 5 o'clock. And you guys going to stay down here and kind of enjoy the view and root on your buddy?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's always I love coming out and watching other people and supporting other teams and obviously watching our friends and family race.
100%. So do you have anybody in the pits for him, or are you letting him fend for himself?
No. I think Chip is going out there.
Okay, somebody's got to do some work.
Yeah,
huh?
and I think Cody St. Clair.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cody St. Clair will be racing a different class, but during the same time as you guys in the morning.
Sir. Yep.
So it's always a fun one to watch. And then tomorrow afternoon, you'll be written off rooting on your buddy Chip. He'll be racing in the 4,400 Unlimited class, and it's going to be a good show. I'm excited for that one. I'm excited for everything, but
yeah.
Trying to do a little teching and tuning, see if we can make you look a little better, but I don't know if we can make that happen or not. I know we can't do it for me, but it's all good.
I'm trying.
Can't quite tell what's going on there at the PCI start finish. Oh, that's the 315 of Clay Walstead. He is pushing his car across the finish line for a finish. I do believe that's going to put him one lap down, but good on him for pushing his car across the finish line. Kind of getting on ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And yes, he will be a lap down, but good on him for pushing his car across.
Oh, for sure.
Because that is part of our rules is you can't be assisted across the finish line by a toe strap or something.
Right.
You officially have to drive it or get out and push it. We've seen it done before. Chip's giving you a hard time. Come help. He's lonely.
Tell him I don't have time.
Well, you tell him.
Chip, I don't have time.
There you go.
Making moves over here.
Oh, yeah. And I won't tell you what they have in their cooler in the back over here, but get to work, Chip. Yeah, Chip is definitely I call him the class clown of Ultra 4. Good dude right there. Always has fun, but there's a lot of trees here.
Yeah.
Are you worried for him?
Nah, he's got it. He's going to take care of this one. Yeah.
Heck yeah. So we
But
do have – go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, Chip always in a good mood no matter what. You're down, come see him.
Oh, yeah. No, Chip's always here to party for sure. And well, the whole entire Rufus Racing family is.
Yeah.
So we are back to the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. Again, there isn't a whole lot of action out on course as of yet, but they will be. There'll be some action coming here in about just over a half hour, and then it takes them about 20 minutes to make it here.
20 minutes? Okay, we were wondering.
That's a guess. I don't remember. I've only seen it happen, 30 times.
What was the fastest time on this last race?
35 minutes, I believe, and that was by Liam Dickey. It was a 35:26. Paul Wolf played pretty consistent, was roughly 36:37.
Yeah, he was doing good.
And like I said, unofficially won the All Things UTV Open class with Robert Lee Bull in second and Jay Shaw in that third. And then fourth was Ian Dickey. Fifth was Jason Washburn. And just unofficially winning the stock class was Rodney Van Eperen. And then his son right behind him of Owen Van Eperen. So it's it's been a fun day.
Yeah, where do you think the difficult spot is for this race coming up?
I've only seen bits and pieces of this, so you tell me. Obviously, Rockface isn't really hard. It's just pay attention and make it until 4,400. Then it gets a little trickier. But I've heard Onion Patch and Screen Door a little tricky.
Yes.
Dead Man Slide. I mean, there's some real obstacles out here. I love it. So, like I said, the fast lap time today in the race is 35 minutes. What do you think you guys will be running tomorrow? Do you think a 40-minute lap, or do you think you'll be in that 35?
Man, I was talking to Scott earlier about that. I was thinking about the 35, 40, 45-minute range. So, I mean, we'd like to be back before lunch.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. Before lunch would be really sweet.
Yeah.
And then you can root on Chip at the next race after you hopefully get a podium position, right?
Yes, sir. What we're shooting for.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we're about a half hour away from this next race. While we wait for Justin Barth to come through. Johnny, always a pleasure, my
Yes,
man.
sir.
I'll let you go kind of hang out with your buddies.
All
and then
right.
if you want to hop in during Travis's race, come over and say hey.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
John Williams with Rufus Racing. Looks like Clay Wallstead is still trying to push his car across the line. See how far back is Justin Barth. Looks like he's at race mile 14 of 16, so about 5-10 minutes. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Rock Racing. So while we wait for Justin Barth to get that checkered flag, we're going to step away from the action, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. And on racing tracks, it's looking like Justin Barth will be coming through here very soon to grab that checkered flag in unofficial third position. Again, I am Miles Hasselquist here for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We have been racing since 1 o'clock. We qualified this morning. It's been a busy day, but it's been a good day. And we will be kicking off the Pro Modified class here in about 25 minutes. And I can't quite tell, but is that Justin Barth maybe going to push Clay Wallstad across? Let me switch over to timing. And it is unofficial third position for the 417 of Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. So it looks like our podiums are filled unofficially for the 4900 All Things UTV Open class and the 4900 Stock class. Again, in the Open class, it is Paul Wolf, then Robert Leibold, and then Jay Shaw. And the Stock class, it's Rodney Van Eperen, then his son Owen Van Eperen, and then Justin Barth. What a great race it was. The attrition was high. The battles were awesome. So it looks like we are 25 minutes away. We're going to start clearing course. So don't go anywhere. At 5 o'clock sharp, we're going to go live racing for the G-Force Racing Shocks Pro Modified class. We'll be right back with more racing action. We are here for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Just winding down for the stock and open class. Again, in open, it was Paul Wolf, Robert Lee Bull, and Jay Shaw. Still unofficial, but should be pretty close. In the stock class, it was Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, and then Justin Barth. And then earlier today in the Youth 1K, it was Jet Chambers and Hunter Biddle. So we're waiting for a few more cars to clear off course before we kick off the Pro Modified class. So we got a little bit more time before we go live green racing for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. So please stay tuned in. We're about to go live racing here in just a few moments. We are going to push the start back to have a safe and clear course for this next class. So we'll have some racing action coming up very soon. Welcome back to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. I am Miles Hasquist, and we are about to kick off the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified class. We should have 11 cars in this class, and it looks like that's Dustin Robbins getting lined up, getting ready to take the green flag. And yes, it is, because right behind him looks like that's Nick Anderson. So I believe we're getting ready to go live racing for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. So up first is the number 311 of Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV, with Full Throttle Power Sports, MRT, Vision, Simpson, and all things UTV, who is our fastest pole setter earlier on this week. We are in beautiful Davis, just outside of Davis in the scenic south central Oklahoma, in the heart of the Arbuckle mountain range, just about an hour south of Oklahoma City, 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas. It is a beautiful place. So if you're watching this and you're in that area, come on out tomorrow. 8 a.m. we kick off the EMC class. And then at 1 p.m. is the 4400 Unlimiteds. And during the lunch break, we have the future of our sport. At high noon, the 170s will go racing. Kind of going through everything, make sure I've got my ducks in a row. Make sure you go to our live tracking. We have racing tracks for out on course and at the start finish. We have ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. So I'm screenshotting this screen right here so I know where they started, so we can play a little bit of game on the adjusted time, and we are off and running. Dustin Robbins, number 311 out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV, is out and running on this 3-lap race. They are 16 miles per lap, 48 miles in total, and this race is on adjusted time. So that means your start times when you take the start, your time starts when you take that green flag. They're taking one at a time every 30 seconds. And I see the 3, 2, 1, and I believe this is Nick Anderson. He just got done racing his race. No, Nick Anderson has not made it. So that is Paul Wolf, the 1018, fresh off his win of the All Things UTV Open class. So Paul Wolf, number 1018, out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his pro modified car. And that Can-Am with Badlands Off-Road, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV. So hopefully Nick Anderson can get that A-arm swapped out and a shock changed, but he did not make his starting spot. So he's got a few more minutes to get a TLC back together and see if he can make his race. His race does not start, or his time does not start until he takes that green flag. So if he takes off last, hey, he can still put on a good show for everybody. So I believe this is Jay Shaw, who just got third position. So I am getting an update through my PCI race radio. Jeremy Dixon, who's running race ops, says the 3402 of Nick Anderson is still working on his car, but hopefully he'll get it fixed and get out there running. And it sounds like the 717 of Mark McCleary is not able to get his car fixed. So tough break for Mark. He'll have to come another day. But he raced in the open class, broke his car, and is unable to go. So off the line there was the number 17 of Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle and that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, OBOR tires, Raceline wheels, and Double E racing shocks. So I believe the next one might be Gavin Smith. We'll see. Keeping up the timing at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. So we should see Dustin Robbins, Paul Wolf, and Jay Shaw here in probably 15 to 20 minutes. And it is Gavin Smith, the number 304 out of St. Albans, West Virginia, with G. Smitty Racing and his Can-Am with Lynchworks, Mountain Made Off-Road, Leonard's Electric, CT Raceworks, and MRT. Not sure if Perry Mahaney is going to make the start line. I haven't seen him qualify. So I believe this is going to be Eric Gilbert getting ready to take off. So it looks like the green flag is about to wave at the PCI start finish, and it does. And it is Eric Gilbert, the number 1133 with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Mulvane, Kansas with Gilbert Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R with Artistic Builders, JSR Performance, the Insurance Guys, and Endura Graphics. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. There was supposed to be 11, but I think we're going to be down to probably 8 or 9 that take the green flag. The attrition was high during the open class. Some of these guys tried to double dip, and it did not work out in their favor. But obviously, Mark McCleary is out. Nick Anderson is trying to make it. Haven't heard from Perry Mahaney. So up next, I believe, is going to be Ian Parker. And it is Ian Parker, the number 323 out of Mulvane, Kansas, the Flying Farmer Racing, in his Can-Am with MRT and G-Force. Speaking about G-Force, this is the G-Force suspension technology Pro Modified class. Thanks to Gary and his entire team for stepping up and joining forces with Ultra 4 USA. We have got 6 cars out on course for this 3-lap race, 16 miles per lap at 48 miles in total. And again, the attrition was high in that last race, and I suspect the same thing from this one. Dustin Robbins out front with that clean air, but Paul Wolf just got done racing this course, so he knows all the tricks that are out there to get you. As well as number 3 of Jay Shaw. So it should be Matt Wilson taking off next. We are about to find out. And yes, it is Matt Wilson with Chase Dutton riding shotgun number 2265 out of Douglas, Georgia with H&H Racing. In his Can-Am Maverick R built by S3, H&H Paving, MRT Dyers, and Double E Racing. Don't forget to go on Racing Tracks. Turn on the, I'll do it with you. So go to the top left of your screen on Racing Tracks. Hit those 3 little dash bars. Trying to refresh here. There we go. And then you scroll down to the modified class, 4900. Click that button. Hit Show All, and that'll show you all the cars that are racing in this class. And on course, it looks like Paul Wolf has already gotten around Dustin Robbins. Let's click here. Paul Wolf with a 5:10, so fairly accurate. How far back is Dustin Robbins? His updated at 5:09, so it's going to be really close to see if it's Dustin Robbins or Paul Wolf out in the lead. And it looks like the 3:04 of Gavin Smith has already gotten around Jay Shaw. We'll see if that's accurate or not. And off the line there was Travis Forshee, the number 2719, with Rufus Racing out of Denton, Texas, with Forshee and Rufus Racing, and his Can-Am with EcoStaff, Barbecue Texas, Phil's Collision, SCR Racing, Mama Ange, and the Man Above Z. So I don't see any cars, so Nick Anderson, not sure if he's going to make his start or not. He's still wrenching. But we did hear that Mark McCleary was unable to get his car back together. And Perry Mahaney, have not heard from him yet today. Haven't seen him in qualifying. His car's in the pit, but we don't see anybody around. So it looks like all VCPs for the stock finishers checked out. Everyone is good. Thanks, David Clay with Racing Tracks, for keeping us honest. So it looks like our podium is going to stick. I'm going to tell you it's unofficial because I don't want to get in trouble, but it's looking good for our finishers in the open and the stock class. Trying to get it caught up on social and everything else in between. If you're just tuning in, thanks to each and every one of you. This is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. The G4 Suspension Technology Pro Modified class is out and running. We should see them here at Race Mile 6.5 where we're at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface. I'm going to say they should be here in the next 5 minutes. Is it going to be Dustin Robbins or is it going to be Paul Wolf? Got a little bit of delay on my end, but we'll see what's going on. And I've got a physical or a visual view right before they go into Kelly's cut, which is about 1 minute before they hit me. So hopefully we can see either Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, or Jay Shaw here pretty soon. But Gavin Smith is running strong also. Can't count him out. But remember, that's just physical out front. This race is on adjusted time. We'll see how it all shakes out. Doing a little tech stuff behind the scenes, trying to make everything work a little bit better for you guys and gals back home. Know we've been tuned in all over the world. I saw somebody tuned in from Baja, over in Australia, over in Europe. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's been a great day, and we are live racing for the Pro Modified G4 Suspension Technology class. These UTVs are fast, and it's going to be a fun one to watch. We were supposed to have 11. We had 3 drop out, so we have 8 out on course right now. And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, is the EMC classes, the Everyman Challenge. We have the 4,500 modifieds. We have the 4,600 Spider Track stock class and the 4,800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. They take off again, 8 a.m. They'll be running 3 laps, except for the stock class. They only run 2. And then for the 4,400 Unlimited class at 1 p.m., they will do 4 full laps. But don't forget, our lunch break is going to be fun for people here on site. We won't be able to show them on the live show because we're down out in the sticks. But the Youth 170s will be ripping the short course at high noon. We've been keeping pretty close to on time, thanks to all of our volunteers, Area 51 especially, the Ultra 4 USA staff, all the media, the safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners. And this coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannock Motorsports, Monster Energy, Warren Racing, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, G4 Suspension Technology, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and King. So please support who supports the sport, whether you're building your model crawler, your UTV, your tow rig, your race car. Go check out all these wonderful companies out there that show their love to Ultra 4 USA. Show them a little bit of love back. Getting an update from Doug with Area 51. It was physical front out front. It was Paul Wolf, then Jay Shaw. All Things UTV is at the bottom, and it looks to be broke. Gavin Smith is through. So we should see our top 3 here pretty soon. Tough break for Dustin Robbins. Hopefully he's not broke, but he's stuck at the bottom and checking out his car. So hopefully he can get it's a quick fix and he can get it back in action. But I really suspect to see them any moment. So it should be Paul Wolf, and then Jay Shaw, and then Gavin Smith. Looks like Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio have cleared Onion Patch as well. And it looks like it's pretty stacked up. There at Onion Patch. Switching back and forth between racing tracks and ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. A lot of moving parts behind the scenes. So we're trying our best to give you the best racing action we can. Everybody here at the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface is patiently awaiting our leaders. We are here at the Crossbar Ranch. It's got over 6,500 acres with over 150 miles of trails. The park is owned by the city of Davis, but ran by Justin Ramsey. They average about 3,000 people here on a nice weekend. The park is open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. On a normal weekend, it's $20 per adult. Kids 10 to 15 are $10 a day, and kids 9 and under are free. This weekend is $30 a day, and kids 12 and under are free. So if you're in the area, come on out. Great spectating and beautiful weather. They've got 28 camp spots with water and electricity. They're $40 a day. And then unlimited dry camping at $15 a day. There is a dump station and fresh water on site to fill up and go dry camp if you want. And then dump it all out on your way out. This is our first round for the Ultra 4 USA Central Series. Up next, we go to Bowling Green, Kentucky at Beach Bend Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd for the second race in the Ultra 4 USA Eastern Series. I was guessing that 5:20 mark. We were only about 2 minutes behind, so they should be coming through here very, very soon. So I'm not sure if this course is getting tougher or what's going on. We should have seen them by now, but it looks like Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf are getting close. And then it is Gavin Smith next. And then Matt Wilson. And then Travis Forsey. And Dustin Robbins is still poking along. It doesn't have a red dot at the bottom, so hopefully he got back moving. And then the 11:33 of Eric Gilbert, still in the mix. Getting an update from Doug at Area 51. Travis Forsey is through. The 3:23 of Ian Parker is winching along with the 22:65 of Matt Wilson. So it's getting tougher and tougher. This course is definitely starting to deteriorate just a little bit. So I'm at race mile 6.5, and it looks like Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf are on top of each other on the racing tracks. So they should be here in the next 5 minutes. We do have up in the vendor area by the short course, Roxy and Robert up there selling all the things. They've got shirts, they've got hats, they've got hoodies. You could use that hoodie in the morning, but then you're going to take it off pretty quick. Make sure you go check them out. We also have the Roach Coach here on site. They've got an amazing Philly that I had for lunch. They've got burgers of all sorts. They've got the fries, the cheese curds, and a few more things. So make sure you go check them out. Maxis is up there, Raceline. Got a great little vendor area up there. You can check out between races. But speaking about races, I hear somebody, and I do believe it is Paul Wolf, the 1018. And yes, I've got physical eyes on him. We should have him in camera here in about 1 minute. We'll get the drone up in the air. We got it rebooted, fighting some tech issues. The old Starlinks are fighting us a little bit today. But again, we're doing our best. Looks like Matt Wilson and Ian Parker got done winching and have made their way through. So we'll hopefully get the drone back in action and give you some live stream coming up. So Paul Wolf is coming through. The number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois. Throwing a little roost at us. And chucked something out of his window. Not sure what it was. But he is heading up the main gut of Rockface. And there we go. The Believe Cam FPV drone is chasing Wolf Racing up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. Race mile 6.5 on lap number 1 of 3. It is a 16-mile lap, and not far behind him is Jay Shaw, really turning it up. So he should be coming into the drone, and there he is, taking a very similar line to Paul Wolf. Jay Shaw spinning those tires. Look how wet Rockface is getting. I'm not going to say it's an easy climb by no means, but it's getting tougher. And it's starting to dry up pretty good. It's getting dusty. Oh, all right. So Nick Anderson got his car together, so he is taking a late start, but he is off and running. But he's about 6 miles behind the leaders, so that's tough for him. But, hey, at least he was able to get back out there and get some seat time. And, hey, you never know. This course is tough. So it is Paul Wolf, then Jay Shaw, and we should see Gavin Smith any moment. And I hear him coming through Kelly's Cut. This should be Gavin Smith, the number 304, out of St. Albans, West Virginia, with G. Smitty Racing. And it's him. So Gavin is heading up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. He's going to splash through the creek and head on up and out. They're all taking that straight line. It's pretty steep. It's pretty slick, but with a little bit of momentum, they're making it look easy. And again, it's not. So our top 3 are through Rockface, race mile 6.5. Pretty sure I hear another one coming. So that should be the 11:33, I believe, of Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Gilbert Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R with Artistic Builders, JSR Performance, the Insurance Guy, and Endura Graphics. He'll be coming into screen here very, very soon. There's a cool little trail called Kelly's Cut. And it's kind of just a fun little tree section with some climbs in it. But then they come down the dirt road and blow right past the Big B studio and head to Rockface. The FPV drone is in the air and patiently awaiting. But I've got eyes on him, so you should too, and there it is. Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio. They're going to take that same center line as they get set up. And he is all over the throttle, up and through, spinning those tires and having some fun. Eric Gilbert pushing strong. Joe Fabrizio is co-driving in every single race this weekend except for the 4400. So definitely becoming a premier co-driver in Ultra 4 USA. Looks like Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf are right around race mile number 8. Looks like Jay Shaw is in the lead, but we got to look at what time they updated. You click on them. Jay Shaw updated at 5:29, so 2 minutes ago. Paul Wolf updated at 5:23, so he's a little bit behind. So I do think Paul Wolf is still ahead of Jay Shaw, but he only had him by about, I'm going to say 30 seconds or so. And Paul Wolf started in ahead of Jay Shaw, so on adjusted time, they are neck and neck. We will find out here in, about 10 or 15 minutes as they cross the PCI start-finish line to start lap number 2 of 3, and we'll get an update on adjusted time. And there we are at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. That was Paul Wolf or Jay Shaw. Couldn't quite tell. It was a brown car heading through the trees. But we should have back-to-back cars in that section. And it's definitely starting to dry up out here. It's getting dusty. I had to wipe down all the equipment here in the Big B studio. We're under the Monster Easy Up and enjoying the beautiful day. It's definitely warmed up. That sun is warm, but I'm not complaining. I love it out here. We are back to the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. A car came through, could not make out who that was, but I'm going to guess that's going to be Gavin Smith. Yeah, that should have been Gavin Smith. I'm looking at the racing track, so I had a good guess. It looks like we should be seeing the 2719 of Travis Forshee with Rufus Racing anytime. Looking at racing tracks, they should be coming through here very soon. Oh, and just as I said that, he gets the red dot at the bottom of that teardrop. So that means he has stopped on course at 0 miles an hour at 5:33. So a current update, Travis Forshee is right around the corner from us, stopped out on course. Hopefully it's something simple and they can get it going. So that's going to be the 2265 of Matt Wilson is back and running. We know he had to winch out there at Onion Patch. So Matt Wilson is going to be getting closer to Travis Forshee. So we're not sure who we're going to see next. And then the 323 of Ian Parker isn't too far behind Matt Wilson. But Dustin Robbins is still stopped on course. Hate to see that. As well as the 3402. Oh, that is Nick Anderson, who took the late start but already stopped at race mile 2.5. Oh, I see somebody heading into Kelly's Cut. Could be Travis Forshee. Could be Matt Wilson. We'll find out here very, very soon. There's been a lot of action today, and it has not disappointed. This is a true Ultra 4 course at its finest. It has the woods. It's got the rocks. It's got the mud. It's got the short course. It's got the wide open prairie section. So it's got every discipline out there to show what an Ultra 4 car can do. And they do it well. And this is a Can-Am. So that must be Matt Wilson, I'm going to guess. The 2719. No, that is Travis Forshee. Good. So he was stopped. Maybe it was just a tracker ping, but he is back and running. So 2719, Travis Forshee with Rufus Racing. He is out of Denton, Texas with Forshee and Rufus Racing. He's got EcoStaff, Barbecue Texas, Phil's Collision, SCR Racing, Mama Ange. And there's another one. That should be Matt Wilson then. Looked like a Maverick R. He is heading into Kelly's Cut. So we're going to land the drone, switch some batteries, and get ready to follow some more race cars. And I hear him coming up the dirt road. He has cleared Kelly's Cut. So the Believe Cam FPV took off. We'll see what we have on our screen here in just a moment. And there he is, Matt Wilson with H&H Racing. At 2265. Out of Douglas, Georgia with H&H Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R, built by S3, has MRT tires, Double E Racing, and H&H Paving. As he makes it by the Brannick flag right there. Here at Rockface, race mile 6.5. Got another one coming into screen. Or into viewing area from my spot. So the Believe Cam FPV drone pilot, Jack, is flying around chasing some cars. And I believe if we just stick with this camera, we'll see another car coming in to screen here in just a moment. I'm trying to see who it is, and I'm not sure. It's probably going to be Ian Parker. Yeah, it's got to be Ian Parker. And it still is Nick Anderson and Dustin Robbins, both stopped on course right around race mile 3. And there it is, Ian Parker cruising through. And that Can-Am stirring up a little bit of dust here in the Big B studio. Oh, comes to a little bit of a stop there at the bottom. And then hits the throttle and makes his way up. Taking the left of center line. A little bit less steep there. A little more traction. But the 323 of Ian Parker and Eric Schmidt riding shotgun out of Mulvan, Kansas. The Flying Farmer Racing. And that Can-Am with MRT and G-Force. His first race was 1 year ago here at the Crossbar Ranch. He used to race motocross, but the old saying, with age comes a cage. Had to hop up for just a minute to fix one of our cameras, but I think it's back in action. Hopefully Chris back home with Take It Live can see it now. It's hot. We're remote. We've been fighting the Starlinks. It's been a little bit of a struggle bus today, but we're making it happen. There's the Warren Racing Dead Man slide. Back to the PCI start-finish. So I believe we have all of our competitors through my section that are still moving. Again, Dustin Robbins and Nick Anderson are out on course, but they haven't moved in a little while. Dustin Robbins was our pole setter, so he did get those 7 points from qualifying. Each person that qualified first in their class gets 7 points for this race, and then when you win, you get 1,000 points. Second place gets 975. Third place gets 965, and then they drop 5 points throughout the deal as long as they complete one full lap. Otherwise, you only get 200 points for the start. So that'll all make a little more sense as we get more into the season. Again, this is round number 1 in the Central Series. So up next will be Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway here in 2 weeks for race number 2 in the Eastern Series. An amazing short course with a fun little rock section in the middle, some big jumps, some high turns. So that one should be a little bit easier to cover. We can all see it from one vantage point. And it's definitely a fan favorite for sure. And then we'll return there once again for the Eastern Joker race during LS Fest. So that's going to be a wild one for sure. And then we go back to Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana, June 6th and 7th. And then we're going to be in Adventure Off-Road Park in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th and 28th. Then we go to the Buffalo Chip Deering Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota, August 1st and 2nd. And then in the Western Series for the third race, sorry, I missed the second race in Western Series, is at Area BFE in Moab, Utah. And then in Western, it's Vegas to Reno, August 13th and 16th. And then we'll be bouncing around our Joker races for the Central. It's the Big House, Crandon, Wisconsin, over Labor Day weekend for the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championship. And then we're, like I was just talking about, LS Fest, September 5th and 6th at Beach Bend Raceway. And then NorCal for the Western in Rancho Cordova, September 19th and 20th. And then we round out the year for the 2025 Ultra 4 USA Nationals for the Laughlin Desert Classic, October 16th through the 18th. A 2025 national champion will be crowned. So I'll get back on racing tracks, see where Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw are. Looks like they're roughly race mile 14. And it looks like Paul Wolf should be out front, but Jay Shaw isn't too far behind. So we should see them at the PCI start finish in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. Probably less than that, probably 5 minutes for Paul Wolf. Oh, and then it just updated. So Jay Shaw is right behind Paul Wolf. So it's going to be close. Oh, and that must be Paul Wolf coming into screen. So we'll switch back over to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and you'll see how fast Paul Wolf's first lap was, and I believe that's him. Oh, and there's the Warren Racing Dead Man slide at race mile 8. And I am confirmed through the PCI Race Radio, running race ops, Jeremy Dickinson says Dustin Robbins and Nick Anderson are officially out of the race, and it is Paul Wolf coming in to finish his first lap, heading out for lap number 2 of 3. Thank you, Jeremy, for keeping me honest. And yes, Jay Shaw is right behind him. So this is going to be a great race going in, just like it was for the pro or for the open class. This is the Pro Modified G-Force Suspension Technology 4900 Pro Mod class. So we'll get some split times for Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw here in just a moment. So Paul Wolf is through with a 37.43. So physically out front. Paul Wolf started 30 seconds ahead of Jay Shaw. So on adjusted time, I think about now he's going to get him. But we'll see as he comes through and clicks off a lap. It's going to be pretty close. This race is on adjusted time. They took off one at a time every 30 seconds. So technically, you're racing your own time out on course. So if Jay Shaw can pass Paul Wolf, that means he's got him beat by 30 seconds. But Paul Wolf has to beat Jay Shaw by at least 30 seconds to steal this win from him. And then Gavin Smith will be coming in here in a little bit. All right, so we got a time. And look at this. My math was wrong. Jay Shaw on adjusted time is leading the race. Looks like by 7.5 seconds. What a close battle between Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf. So how far back is Gavin Smith? This has been a fun day here racing for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. This is the Pro Modified G-Force Suspension Technology UTV race. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. Central Time is the EMC. Okay, so they did switch it up on me. So they took off 1 minute increments. Got a little correction there. Earlier we were doing 30 seconds, but with the fewer cars, we gave them a little bit more breathing room. So I was close on my guess, but I was off on the starts. I do apologize. So they took off one at a time every 1 minute. So that's why Jay Shaw's got 7-second lead over Paul Wolf. But again, this race is far from over. To finish first you must finish. Again, a huge shout out to everybody who makes this possible. King Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Metal Cloak, G-Force Suspension Technology, PCI Race Radios, Factor 55, Spider Tracks, Freight Factory, Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, and Monster Energy. So please support who supports the sport. Going to switch back over to racing tracks. Looks like Gavin Smith has some fans on the YouTube. And if you get on racing tracks, they're supposed to be yellow. Paul Wolf still shows orange, but I know he's on his second lap. But they are neck and neck. Jay Shaw updated at 5:47, so accurate. Paul Wolf 5:45, so his is a little bit behind. So I do think it's still Paul Wolf out front, and then Jay Shaw. Gavin Smith should be grabbing his second lap here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then no, Gavin Smith is actually stopped on course. I apologize. It's hard to see in this sun. And third place is actually Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio. Gavin Smith is at race mile 11 and stopped on course. Looks like Travis Forshee is still moving along at right there, getting ready to pass Gavin Smith at race mile 11. Behind him is Matt Wilson, right in the mix right there. Race mile 11 is pretty popular right now. And then last but least is Ian Parker, the Flying Farmer. And that's everybody that's still moving. We do know Dustin Robbins and Nick Anderson are out of the race. The sun is shining. The dust is getting thicker. But again, I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be. Looks like Paul Wolf is at race mile 2, and Jay Shaw is very close behind him. And it is Eric Gilbert, 11:33, with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Gilbert Racing, heading out for lap number 2 of 3. So Jay Shaw is on adjusted time leading this race. Right behind him physically is, or right behind physical leader of Paul Wolf, and then it's Eric Gilbert. Eric Gilbert is only about 3 minutes behind Paul Wolf. So this is still anyone's game out there. Hopefully Gavin Smith can get back and moving. But he is still stopped according to the tracker. Travis Forshee still moving along at race mile 12 at 28 miles an hour. So he's still clicking off some his first lap. Again, this is a 3-lap race. Our 2 leaders are on lap number 2. They took off in one at a time in 1-minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. It is 16 miles per lap, 48 miles in total. Oh, man, and at race mile 3, Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw are showing right on top of each other. Paul Wolf with a 3-minute-old update. Jay Shaw with a 2-minute-old update, and they are neck and neck at race mile 3, right where Nick Anderson is still stopped on course. So they should be coming up on Dustin Robbins here in just a moment. Dustin Robbins with all things UTVs. His first Ultra 4 race was right here in Davis, Oklahoma back in 2017. And he was really hoping to do well here. But hey, racing happens. And it looks like Paul Wolf is through Onion Patch. So Paul Wolf still is our physical leader, but Jay Shaw has him right where he wants him on adjusted time. He only had a 7-second lead over Paul Wolf, so it's still anybody's game. But as long as Jay Shaw can see Paul Wolf, that means he's beating Paul Wolf on adjusted time. So Paul Wolf has to beat Jay Shaw by 1 full minute. Jay Shaw just has to keep there. But if Jay Shaw can get around Paul Wolf, he's got it in the bag. But again, we're just about the halfway mark right now, just shy of the halfway mark. They're on lap number 2 of 3. Oh, and Shaw just came through, so that's probably about there. On adjusted time, it's anybody's game because Shaw just came through a race mile 3.5 at Onion Patch. So Onion Patch is roughly a race mile 3.5. And Jay Shaw is showing 0 miles an hour. And that's been a difficult area. So he could just be moving at under a mile an hour and it shows him stopped. I'm not sure. But man, Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf are literally on top of each other. And Onion Patch is a pretty legit trail. So anything could happen. Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf just got off their open class race. So they know this course, but I'm sure it's changing lap after lap. And Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio are still moving. They're at 15 miles an hour at race mile 2. And just like that, they must have been going really slow in Onion Patch because Jay Shaw is back and moving. And let's check up the update times. Paul Wolf updated at 54, so 3 minutes ago. Jay Shaw updated at 56. So, man, it's going to be tough. I don't know who's leading this race. So, yeah, I assume we'll see Jay Shaw or Paul Wolf in here in the next, 10 minutes or so. This is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. We are here and racing for the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified UTV race. Looks like Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw are right around race mile number 5 now, still plugging away. Eric Gilbert at race mile 2. And it looks like Travis Forshee at race mile 1, so he's out on lap number 2. And then we should see Mount Wilson here pretty soon, clicking off his first lap. Not far behind him is Ian Parker. So Gavin Smith, let me go back and kind of see where he's at. He is still stopped at race mile 11. He's been there for a little bit too, so tough break for Gavin Smith. Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio through Onion Patch. And I hear somebody in the distance, and it sounds like a Mavar. I'm going to only guess that's Paul Wolf. Or Jay Shaw. It could be, man, it's a brown car. So, yeah, it's getting tougher to see these cars because, again, they just ran the open class, and now they're running the Pro Mod. So this is technically his 5th lap of the day, and they've been splashing through the mud. But on the tracker and visual, I do believe it's Paul. So how far back is Jay Shaw? I'm going to start my unofficial stopwatch as soon as I see Paul right here. That means we have 1 minute before Jay Shaw to see who's on adjusted time. And Paul Wolf is hauling the mail. The number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And we have the Believe Cam drone in the air, chasing down Paul Wolf as he makes it look easy, even though it's not. Paul Wolf putting that Can-Am Mavar through its paces. So Paul Wolf is up and through the hard spot of Rockface. Then he kind of heads back into the woods. It's some tight technical racing out there. I hear another car coming. I can only assume it's Jay Shaw. And on my unofficial stopwatch here in the Big B studio, we are at the 1 minute mark right now. So on adjusted time, Paul Wolf is now our new leader of this race. And I hear a Maverick car, so I assume that's Jay Shaw. So we'll see. I still got my unofficial stopwatch going, but I'm going to guess Paul Wolf's going to have almost a minute lead. Well, on adjusted time, we'll see. We're at 30 seconds now, so probably a 1 minute lead over Jay Shaw. We'll see how it all shakes out. So Jay Shaw, number 17 out of Trussville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle and his CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, OBOR tires, Raceline wheels, and Double E racing shocks. And the Believe Cam FPV drone does have him. Again, I can only assume that's got to be Jay Shaw. I can't see a number. I can't tell anything, but I'm sure it's him. So we're at 2 minutes flat. So that means on adjusted time, Paul Wolf has a 1 minute lead over Jay Shaw. They have been battling neck and neck, but it is Paul Wolf out front with a 1 minute lead on adjusted time. Physically, he's 2 minutes ahead, but Paul Wolf started 1 minute ahead of Jay Shaw. Just want to flip back and make sure I've got my ducks in order. And yes, Paul Wolf started in third. Jay Shaw started in fourth. So Paul Wolf has a 1 minute adjustment, but on adjusted time, he's beating him by 1 minute. So here in the Big B studio, we got Maxis Dave in the house. You've got the hauler out there, and it's looking good. I saw you washing it yesterday. Is it dusty yet?
Yeah, it was dusty about the time we finished washing.
It's the time it dried, yeah. But you put the effort in and made it happen.
Yeah, it's a great time. It's really nice out here. I've never been to Crossbar, and
It's a cool area, isn't it?
yeah, it's really nice. I mean, you can't put something like this near a city, so
Yeah,
you
no
come out in
doubt.
the middle of nowhere, and it's a nice facility, great terrain.
Yeah, 6,000 acres. I think almost 200 miles of trails, and we're in the Arbuckle Mountain Range. It's just beautiful, and you can't. We've been here with some crummy weather, and it's absolutely beautiful this weekend.
I've been to a lot of events in Oklahoma with some crummy weather,
Yeah, no doubt.
Texas included. So it's awful nice. I know last weekend there was a race out in this area that I was going to cover, and everything canceled. So from the terrible weather we had here last week to now, it's a world apart.
I mean, we got lucky, but it actually made race conditions really nice because it's already starting to get dusty now. So if it would have been no rain, it'd been super dusty.
Yeah, it would have been a dust bowl for sure.
So yeah, Max has jumped on board with Ultra 4 USA this season. So thanks for joining forces with us, and we're excited to see where the future takes us.
It's good to be back out in Oklahoma and be a part of the Ultra 4s and all off-road racing with our new competition tire that we've released just a month ago or so.
Well, tell us about it.
Well, it's our Razor MT competition, which is a lot sturdier carcass, a lot less susceptible to getting any cut on the sidewalls or on the tread pattern itself.
But it's still the sticky compound, correct?
The competition is a little bit softer compound. It's just made a lot more stout.
Beef,
so,
huh?
Yeah, it's as I was talking to one of our racers today, they love the MT, but in terrain like this, because this is pretty rough and rugged.
These rocks are gnarly out here.
So this would have been a little more susceptible to cutting on a sidewall for a DOT tire.
Okay.
So once you get away from the DOT style, we can do a lot more things with the carcass because it's not we don't have to look at the liability side.
Yeah, correct. Because you're not
DOT.
Driving down the road, so insurance issues aren't an issue.
So now it's a heavier tire, but it's a beefy tire, and it's our guys that have ridden it absolutely love it.
And you were talking about weight. Is that a 30-pound tire? That's my guess.
I don't have an exact figure on me, but 30 would be a dream.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, all right. So I was way off, you're saying.
Yeah, depending on, these guys are running 40s and 42s with that.
Okay. I was talking about the UTV tires. Okay, you were talking about the big tires.
Oh, I'm talking about the big 44. Or
okay, so what
4800s.
Rufus Racing and those guys are running?
Rufus is
Okay.
our, Chip goes out and has a tendency to put anything that we can test with him through the rigors.
Yeah, he's good at that, right? Including the car.
Chip happens.
Chip happens 100%.
Quite a bit. So the whole Rufus team, we've been a part of that program for quite a few years now. And actually, Rufus, when we started racing the Razor MT, was the first team to ever podium a DOT tire in their class.
That's pretty impressive stat there.
So yeah, that was the Razor MT, but now we've modified that even one step further into the competition MT.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's doing well, and I'm excited to see how it shakes out tomorrow for Chip. And who else do you have out here running? I know there's
Peanuts
probably
out,
a dozen of them.
Oh, there's so many riders out here on them. They've all stopped by the Max's trailer today, wanting to know if we had any, and unfortunately, it's not a product we carry on the truck.
I got you.
That's all done through shipping and everything else.
But I saw you had the tire machines out there. You've been busy changing tires this weekend?
We've helped a person
All right,
or two,
nice.
but mostly just talked to a lot of our racers. But, this is our first time coming back to Ultra 4 in a while. So we're out and putting racers to faces and all kinds of things like that. And just letting everybody know how much we love their support and how much we like being a part of the sport.
Absolutely. And you got a great display up there by the short course. I mean, you got the full hauler out there. You've got the tires on display. And like I said, a tire machine. And I assume you'll help about anybody, right?
Yes. Even if you're not on our brand and you need help, I'm not going to prevent you from racing. And the way I look at things is, yeah, you might not be on our Maxxis tire today, but I'm going to help you and you're going to love us and you'll be on our tire.
I like your style.
I don't want to prevent anybody from racing. I don't care if you compete against us or not. I want you to have your fun racing.
100%. And that's the Ultra 4 style is everybody's there to help everybody. And like you're saying, you're building relationships for the future. And we got another car coming through. Man, I can't tell who that is. That is the 1133 of Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio.
That is the Rockzilla.
Yeah,
Getting
Rockzilla.
Getting up that hilla.
Yeah, the Rockzilla getting up the hill. It's got a good ring to it.
It does. It's almost like I've said that before.
Yeah, this is Rockface. We're at race mile 6.5 of this 16-mile lap. Our leaders are on their second lap of 3. It is a 16-mile lap. They took off one at a time. Every 1 minute, the race is on adjusted time. And last time through, Paul Wolf had a split time of 2 minutes, which means he has a 1 minute lead over Jay Shaw.
All right. That's tough. Yeah, that's good. Jay's one of our competitor tires out there with one of their new tires they released late last year. So it's good. I love to see competition no matter who it is.
100%. I mean, that's why we're in the sports, because we love it. And then you just have to work while you're there, right?
Yeah, we try to do that
every once in a while, huh?
No, we're here. We get a lot of work in. We some races are a lot busier than others. Like this is kind of a slow weekend for us, so we get to spend quality time with people and go around and
hang out and enjoy it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 years since I've seen you at some of our last races.
Yeah.
We've gotten in the booth, so it's nice to get out and do this kind of stuff. Get the photos for our corporate and our web pages and all our social media.
Yeah, because obviously in a short course race, those guys are hard on tires, and you guys are constantly grooving, constantly changing, and man, it just it keeps you busy, doesn't it?
They're hard on us, yes.
Hard on equipment, hard on people, hard on everything.
They're hard on the tires for sure, and especially depending on where you are in the country. I know here that the rocks definitely play a part of all the racing. As far as getting caught up in the rim and the caliper, and they have a tendency to cut right through the rim. So a lot of times drivers will come back like, I got a blowout. And I'm like, you might want to check your rim first. And more often than not, it's the rim that cuts with the tires that get stuck up between the calipers. So we're already getting riders. We started this in 14-inch rims. Everybody went to 15 so you could get a bigger caliper, not get as much
more
stuff
brakes.
Caught.
Yep.
Now we're talking about 16s and 17s.
For UTVs?
Yes.
Wow.
Like our newest Rockzilla for UTVs is only made in a 37-17.
I remember back in the day you were cool when you had 12-inch rims.
Everything evolves.
100%. Yeah, I mean, look at UTVs now. They're running 37-inch tires on some of these race cars. Exactly. Incredible.
So, and they've had to modify the cars a little bit to get those in there.
Oh, for sure.
You just find that the ride changes so much from a 35 to a 37. So the new Can-Ams.
Yeah, those Mav Rs are pretty wild, aren't they?
They're really wild. They've had to re-engineer the front.
The A-arms, I guess, is what they are.
Yes, or if you, like when they originally tried to run 37s on there, we had to groove the 37 to fit under some of the housing in that.
But now Can-Am has engineered a bigger arm.
Can-Am or somebody.
Somebody. Yeah, let's go with that. Somebody has engineered a new arm.
Somebody definitely did.
So it looks like the 323 of Ian Parker is through Onion Patch there at race mile 3.5. So we'll have him here in about 10 minutes or so. So they're still clicking along. So I'll get back on racing tracks real quick and see where Paul. What did I do? I hit the wrong button.
Hey, you shouldn't be looking at that website.
Yeah. Well, that's YouTube. I took it off the main screen. Not sure how I did that. So where is Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw? Looks like should be race mile 9 or so.
When you look at it like that, everybody is spread out around this whole facility.
It's crazy. So Paul Wolf updated a while ago. I'm going to guess he's got a late ping. He pinged at 6:02. So, yeah, that's a 12-minute-old ping. It shows Jay Shaw ahead of Paul Wolf, but Jay Shaw has probably a current update of, his is 4 minutes old. So it's still, I'm sure, really close between Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw.
Yeah, this facility's huge. So just trying to see we see them up near the starting line and finish line when they come through for scoring, but getting out and about, you got to chase them all over to try to find different spots to watch the race.
Oh yeah, no, it makes it tricky for sure.
But you got to utilize all the acreage.
100%. And there's 6,500 acres out here of land to go play on.
No, at least they don't have to mow it.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you have out here running around?
What we got out here on?
Yeah.
Probably not the most optimum vehicle.
Did you bring the smart car out?
No, we didn't bring the Ford Focus down here.
Okay, that was the cute little car you were unloading the other day, huh?
Yeah, it's a great car for certain races. Like I'll be at Daytona for Jeep Beach in 2 weeks. That's perfect for Daytona.
Oh yeah, you can cruise around. But here,
it's really not an off-road setup.
Just coming up the road. I mean, you make it, but I'm sure you're a little nervous from time to time, aren't you?
Oh yeah, but yeah, we came out in our golf cart.
Okay, well, hey, you made it.
Yeah, we're up at the top of the hill on the golf cart. I didn't want to come all the way down.
Now, was it a golf cart or a golf cart?
Well, we just kept asking people on the way out here, have you seen our ball? We're trying to play through. And,
yeah,
we had a lot of people look at us like, what are you doing?
You're getting out and about, having fun.
You know what? They make them to break them.
Exactly.
So we're out, and it got here just fine. We got new batteries in it. We're good.
Perfect. So the 2719 of Travis Forshee is through Onion Patch now. So he's still plugging away.
So we'll have a few riders coming through here in a handful of minutes.
And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, we'll kick off the EMC race. And then at high noon will be the 170 up at short course. We won't be able to show that live because we're definitely very remote from here. Then
it's a 30-minute golf cart ride.
It's a haul out here for sure, but it's a really cool area to be at. And then at 1 p.m., the 4,400 unlimited cars will go out for 4 laps instead of 3 like everybody else.
Boy, that's a beating.
Oh, yeah. And you'll have a Chip out there beating on your Maxxis tires for sure.
Yes, we will. He's got a set of creepies on rims. He's got a set of Trepadors on rims and the competition MTs that he qualified on today, and a brand new set of MTs to race tomorrow.
Man, he's got options, huh? What do you recommend anything, or you just let him kind of see how he feels?
You know, it's really hard to recommend a tire for somebody who races so many different tires. It's kind of like telling somebody you don't like steak, you like pork.
I got you. Okay,
so,
let them kind of to each their own.
I love the mental aspect of the game. And so for me to try to tell somebody who kind of knows what they want, what they should do, I'd much rather them figure it out on their own.
Okay.
So that they feel confident about their decision. I can like point them in a direction or recommend what I would do.
So this tire does this tire does that. But
if they make the decision on what they want to run, that gives them the air of confidence. And that way
it's not your fault.
Well, not only that, but many riders, and I'm talking from young all the way up to old, they're very mental about their game. So if you give them something that they might question, that sticks in the back of their head, and when they're racing, it's rattling around in there. And if anything goes wrong with that tire, then it's 100% somebody else's fault.
I get that.
So I really like to leave it up to them to choose their options while steering them in a direction mildly.
Okay. And speaking about Maxxis, I mean, you got Jeremy McGrath has been with you guys for a very long time, and it's so cool to see him come to King of the Hammers and enjoy himself. He put on the Whole Shot King, and I think he podiumed in his class at King of the Hammers this year.
That's nice. Jeremy and Kawasaki, they do really well. Jeremy's been very instrumental in designing a lot of our motorcycle tires for us.
I don't doubt it.
So, we had Ryan Sipes and Jeremy McGrath design our previous line. And then once Ryan left us for his Red Bull options, Jeremy redesigned everything.
Okay.
So I also oversee.
So is he still heavily involved in that side of things?
Jeremy?
Yeah.
He redesigned all of our new MXSI line and MXIH line.
That's awesome.
And I also oversee the motocross side of things. So I sell a lot of those tires, and we do very well with them.
Cool. Yeah, it's just cool to have a name that big that you're that involved with, but then it crosses over to Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers.
Jeremy to me is always going to be the GOAT.
Oh, he is.
They might call this other guy the GOAT on TV, but Jeremy is the GOAT. Nobody has
old school.
Yeah. Nobody has the wins he has.
100%. So it looks like I see some traffic. So I believe that is going to be Paul Wolf coming into the PCI start finish. So the white flag should be out and flying.
So Paul is finished 2 and
into
3.
Yeah, he's finishing lap number 2, heading out for his 3rd and final lap, fresh off his one in the open class. So if he can back that up, it is it's going to be pretty wild. And Chip McLaughlin's actually in the pits. He said Paul is ahead of Jay Shaw with a 2-minute lead. So we'll see when they come through. We'll get on ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com and be able to see the exact split times.
Well, it'll be good to see these guys come through. It's really exciting to watch these guys come up over the hill over here. they drop back in the woods, then they come around the corner, and they got to pick their line to get up there.
Absolutely. And Paul Wolf does cross with a new fast lap time of the day with a 35:42. That is very impressive. That's his 5th lap, so he knows this course. So I think he's got a pretty good advantage going into the 4,400 race tomorrow afternoon.
Paul's such a great driver. He's a great wheelman.
Oh, he is.
So he can, if anyone's going to get around this track without, any kind of mechanical, he's your guy. Out of everybody I've seen, there's a lot of great racers here. Don't get
for
me
sure.
wrong.
No, he's definitely
Paul's a wheelman.
Top notch.
Paul's a wheelman for sure.
So how far back is Jay Shaw?
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere on the screen.
And we just were at the Stampede, and Brendan Thompson, one of your Maxxis athletes, I believe was 2nd or 3rd at that race.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank here, but we have a young gentleman who got he went out and ran this morning. He got 3rd in qualifying, I want to say, but he's 11 years old, and he just did King of Hammers.
Is that Jet Chambers?
Yeah, Jet.
Yeah, he won his Youth 1K class.
Yeah.
He was super stoked.
So he went out to King of Hammers at 11 years old, and out of 27 racers got 4th.
Yeah, how incredible is that?
First time ever, competing at KOH and getting 4th at 11. That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's got a bright future in the off-road stage, that's for sure.
He really does. Their whole family came by. We got some pictures today. They're really nice.
So is he on your tires then, I'd assume?
Oh, yes, he is.
Nice.
So, he's a great racer, but we help great racers is the way I like to put it.
I like your style. And he's actually heading to Texas to do some mud racing tomorrow.
Yep, he leaves here tonight, and he's probably on his halfway there now.
Yep, and that has to be Jay Shaw, physical 2nd. So I'm excited to get a split time because last lap around, Jay Shaw was ahead of him by 7 seconds. But my unofficial split time here, Jay Shaw was 1 minute behind Paul Wolf, and I think he's starting to extend that lead a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. By where he looks on the track and he hasn't come through scoring yet, there's definitely bigger than a 2-minute gap.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. We are here for the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified UTV race, and we are on our 3rd and final lap for the leaders. And out front is Paul Wolf once again, and we're about to find out how far back Jay Shaw is as we're watching the PCI start-finish.
Gap is looking bigger every second.
I think so. I think it's going to be roughly a 2-minute gap coming up.
They're waving the flag now, so he's coming around. There he is.
And it is 1:55, so just shy of 2 minutes. So he has gained 2 full minutes in 1 lap. That's pretty. 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
So he gained 2 on Wolf?
No. Paul Wolf has extended his lead over Jay Shaw by 2 minutes in 1 lap.
Okay.
Because last lap around, Jay Shaw had a 7-second lead, and now Paul Wolf's ahead of him by 2 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, Paul definitely looked like he was on it.
So we got another competitor coming out. That is, I believe, the 323 of Ian Parker. I'm going to check Racing Tracks. Yep, he's in this area. So that is Ian Parker heading up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface, race mile 6.5.
He went around a little bit wider than some of the other racers, taking probably a little bit safer line, but he's working his way now right up through the rough stuff.
And that's where it comes down to pre-running. I mean, you get out there, you find the line, you find your fastest line, you find your safest line, and, obviously sometimes your car's not 100%.
And, you also have to look at the lines like, where's the risk for reward? Like, I can do this, but I run a much higher risk of damaging my vehicle, or I can lose 30 seconds by taking the safer line.
Or make the highlight reel.
Yeah.
That's happened more than once, right?
When you're rolling back down the hill, that usually ends up on the highlight.
Yeah, we had one earlier that almost, he was in rear-wheel drive, so obviously had front end issues, and he started turning sideways, grabbed reverse, and luckily whipped her around, but it was this close to going down.
Yeah, and when they start, they go quick.
And because that rock is super slick with that creek at the bottom of it.
Yeah, it's nothing like climbing a hill with wet tires.
You got to have wheel speed.
Yeah, momentum is your friend for sure.
You got to bump it, that's for sure.
I like watching the drone footage.
Oh man, Jack with Believe Cam has been flying with us this weekend, and man, he's got some great shots We're running these Starlinks, so it's, buffers here and there. But again, right now, you can't send a text unless I give you the passcode, and I'm not.
It's okay because we got a brand new Starlink up at the rig.
Okay, perfect. Isn't that such a game changer?
And we got that brand new little Starlink Mini.
Mini,
you plug it in and throw it on the dirt, and you get satellite.
It just works.
Yeah, it's
so impressive. Yep.
And I'm pretty inept with technology anymore as I've gotten older, and I'm old.
We're all getting older.
Yeah, older and more brittle.
Uh-huh.
But technology is that one thing. It's like, what do you keep up with? My brain is full. I have to delete some things to learn new things.
Yeah, it's like a Ferris wheel. If something comes on, something's got to drop off, right?
Exactly. I feel like my storage capacity is full.
We got another one coming through. That is going to be the 2719 with Rufus Racing of Travis Forshee. Got some of his crew right here in this Can-Am over there watching his buddy go up.
Yeah, the whole Rufus team is a pretty wild group.
Oh, there's some good people, aren't they? Yeah, you'll have Scott Farley in the morning and then Chip in the afternoon, part of Rufus. As Travis Forshee is out there and running strong. And he has got his buddy Tyler Haggard.
We're getting word he's got a wobbly rear tire.
So I'm gonna guess that's a wheel bearing or something. So man, I would hate to be out in the middle of the woods and have that thing come out, because recovery could make for a long evening.
You guys don't have an Ultra 4 chopper to fly in and lift them out?
Not like King of the Hammers. You've seen that one, right? I think Robbie Gordon's done it. Brian Reed's done it. Recently, it was Vaughn Gittin Jr. Bring old HP helicopters out, and they literally fly in, hook up, and tow them out to the lake bed.
Oh, I've watched those pilots down at the Baja 1000, those chase choppers.
It's wild.
Oh my goodness! I don't know who can fly like that unless they're straight out of the war zone and military. Those guys are flying 10 feet off the ground at 120 miles an hour right off the rear bumper of those trucks.
It's cool and crazy.
I'm much happier watching them fly by.
I get that. So I'm going to racing tracks. Looks like Paul Wolf should be around race mile 3 with a very current update. And then Jay Shaw, race mile 1 with a 3-minute old update. So I still think that 2-minute split time is going to be pretty close. So we should see Paul Wolf here, next 10 or 15 minutes. And then I'll once again do my unofficial stopwatch. We'll get a split time and see how far ahead he is of Jay Shaw. It was 2 minutes, 1 minute and 55 seconds at the start of lap number 3.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to get a head start back here before too long. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to get caught up in this traffic on the way back.
No doubt. And
I will hold everyone up.
Yeah, I was going to say the old the true electric golf cart. You'll have to take her slow, but you'll make it.
It's comfortable for me, but the 2 passengers, they're getting a pretty rough go of it.
Well, that's their fault, not yours, right?
That's true. That is definitely true. But Miles, hey, it's been awesome seeing you.
Always a pleasure, Dave. I appreciate it. It's been fun.
I'm sure we'll see you a little bit more tomorrow. And hey, we're just really happy to be out here and be a part of this whole thing. And stop by and see us at the Maxxis Race Hauler, and we'll help you out with whatever we can.
All right. Well, Dave, always a pleasure. Good seeing you, and
great
thank you for supporting Ultra 4 once again.
That's our pleasure. You guys have a great time and enjoy the racing.
All righty. Will do. Thank you, Dave. And we were dreading hearing this, but from David Clay, 311 Dustin Robbins with All Things UTV, the presenting sponsor for the Open class, is officially out of the race. Tough break for him. Okay, get an update from Chip with Rufus Racing that Travis, it may just be lug nuts. They are not out. So they're going to keep plugging along. Oh, how long ago was that? 1 minute ago, Wolf is at race mile 3.5 through Onion Patch. Was a very tough obstacle. And that was Eric Gilbert, number 1133 out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Gilbert Racing in his Can-Am Mavar heading out for his third and final lap with Artistic Builders, JSR Performance, The Insurance Guys, and Endura Graphics. Oh, Travis Forsey just stopped at race mile 7.8. So we're worried about that rear wheel, and he is stopped on course. If you go to racing tracks, you see that little red spot at the bottom of that teardrop. That means he is stopped, and it updated at 31, which is an accurate update. So is it a wheel bearing? Is it lug nuts? We don't know, but he is stopped. Not out of the race yet from Chip. They're in radio communications, and hopefully they can get that thing fixed and back in action. Oh, and Aaron Lynch has let me know that Gavin Smith did break. He is out. He broke his shock out of the race. Tough luck. Thanks, Aaron, and thanks for tuning in, Eric, as well. So Paul Wolf is moving at 9 miles an hour in some of that rougher section at race mile 5. So we should see him here at race mile 6.5 in 5 or 10 minutes or so. Oh, Doug with Area 51 said Shaw just came through. Wolf is 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We got another split time out there. Thank you, buddy. So Wolf has extended his lead by another minute. So on adjusted time, Paul Wolf has a 2 minute, 7 second lead unofficially over Jay Shaw. So unofficially out front, it is Paul Wolf, then Jay Shaw, and then Eric Gilbert. So we got a race on our hands right now. Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw are both racing solo. Eric Gilbert has Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun. So is that going to come into play on this last lap? Time will tell. I'm getting an update from Chip. What's he got to say about Travis Forsey? Confirming this is a Grand Prix finish. Yes, once the checkered flies, it's out for the rest of the pack. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar here in Davis, Oklahoma. It's been a wonderful day. We started this morning qualifying. We went straight into the Youth 1K, then the Open in Stock, and now we're in the Pro Modified G-Force Suspension Technology race. Oh, so it is lug nuts for Travis Forshee. He's trying to take other lug nuts off his other wheels to put that wheel back on, but obviously his lug studs are hurt. So hopefully he can get them on there, maybe cross-thread them, but at least he can get them tight. So getting some updates. Thank you, everybody. Rufus Racing, Chip McLaughlin's keep me updated on Travis Forshee, who is broke down. The lug nuts came off, so he's trying to take the other ones on, or taking one off of every other wheel to put it on that one, and hopefully they can get it back together. And he does have his buddy in the car with him, Tyler Haggard, who is Cody St. Clair's co-driver, definitely a good one to have in the right seat. So at least he has some help out there on course. And I hear a car coming. Let me get on the racing tracks. Who do I think it is? Could it be Paul Wolf already? And it will be. Paul Wolf is coming through for his technically his 6th time, but his 3rd for this race. Is he going to win the Open and the Pro Modified and the UTV? It's looking good for Paul Wolf, but Jay Shaw is still in the mix. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, so I'll do my unofficial split time here in just a minute. And yes, this is a Grand Prix finish. Once the checkered flag comes out, it flies for the rest of the field. And he is heading into Kelly's Cut, so he'll come into screen in about 1 minute. Paul Wolf is leading this race as well. And I hear the rumble of that Mavar coming through. Paul Wolf for his 3rd and final time through here. Paul Wolf is all over the throttle, not letting up a single bit because he knows that Jay Shaw is back there. So I'm going to start my unofficial stopwatch, and we'll see how far back Jay Shaw is. He has to beat Jay Shaw by 1 minute, and Jay Shaw looks like he's starting to creep up on him. Last time around at the PCI start finish, he had a 1 minute and 55-second lead. And at Onion Patch at 3.5, he had a 3 minute 7-second lead. So it's getting close. So I guess that's on adjusted time. So actually, it's right on the mark of a 2 minute lead, because physically it's 3 minutes, but on adjusted time, it's only 2. So he's Jay Shaw is still within about 12 seconds of where he was at 3.5 miles in. So it's going to be a dogfight to the finish. Can Paul Wolf stay smooth and consistent to bring it on another back-to-back win here for the PCI Clash at the Crossbar? We're about to find out. We're at the 1 minute mark right now. So I do not see Jay Shaw, so that means Paul Wolf is on adjusted time leading this race. We'll see what the split time is coming up here very soon. And there's a cool shot of Kelly's Cut. And look how much water is down there. These guys have to splash through this weekend. It's an amazing course out here. It's got rocks. It's got water. It's got tight trees. It's got amazing rock climbs. And then you get out those open prairies, and the big cars will kiss 100 miles an hour. So Jay Shaw pinged at 39, so 2 minutes ago. So we should be seeing him come in any moment. And we're at the minute 46 mark on the split time. So that means right now, Paul Wolf has at least a 1 minute lead over Paul Wolf. Jack with Believe Cam is patiently awaiting. And look how nimble he's flying through these trees. Pretty impressive what these guys can do. And I hear something in the background. That should be Jay Shaw. And he is all over the throttle. So physical number 2 and on adjusted time is coming into Kelly's cut. So I should see him here in about a minute. So I'm going to believe Paul Wolf has extended his lead by just a few seconds. We will find out here very soon. And Paul Wolf is almost to race mile number 8. So it's about a mile and a half lead over Jay Shaw right here. Right about a mile. We'll see. Again, the racing tracks updates at separate times sometimes. And even though Paul Wolf is still showing orange, he is on the green lap, which is the third and final. And there is Jay Shaw. He's going to take that tight left-hand turn, come towards us. And Jay Shaw is all over the throttle trying to catch Paul Wolf. So the unofficial split time right now looks like it's going to be about 3 minutes and 25 seconds. So on adjusted time, that's a 2 minute, 25 second lead. So he has extended it by almost 30 seconds since he came through the PCI start finish. So Jay Shaw, you cannot count him out, but Paul Wolf is doing what he does. So how far back is Eric Gilbert? Get on racing tracks. Looks like Eric Gilbert is at race mile 12. Well, that doesn't make sense. Eric Gilbert's on the lead lap, right? That's what it's showing, so it's just not updated quite yet. Oh, so actually, Chris Hoffman's sending the exact split time I had of 3 minutes and 25 seconds. So he must be just up the road for me playing recovery up there. So, yeah, we're both on that 3 minute, 25 second. Paul Wolf has to deduct 1 minute on there. So it's a 2 minute, 25 second lead on adjusted time. Thank you, buddy. The Area 51 guys have been doing some good things. So again, once this race is over, Racing Tracks will download every tracker and make sure everybody has a clean race. So again, everything is unofficial till we dot our I's and cross our T's. We will see how it plays out. But with the leaders coming through, the crowd is starting to dissipate and head up towards the PCI start finish and wait for that checkered flag. Trying to dust off the computers and the audio mixer in front of us. We're getting dusted out down here in the Big B studio, but I'm not complaining, just trying to do a little housekeeping down here. And if you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We are towards the pointy end of the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified UTV class, and out front with a 2 minute and 25 second lead on adjusted time is Paul Wolf, and right behind him is Jay Shaw. We hope to see Eric Gilbert coming in this way here pretty soon. And Travis Forshee, we know he is stopped on course dealing with lug nuts. Haven't seen Matthew Wilson or Ian Parker for a little bit. So let's look those two up on the tracker. Oh, 2265 Matt Wilson. He's on the road headed home. So, or maybe he's taking the road back towards us, but he's on the main camp road that's probably a half a mile off course. So that's telling me he is out of the race, unofficially, obviously, but he's cutting course. So he's out of the race. Tough break for Matt Wilson. So where is Ian Parker? 323. Okay, he's entering the short course, I believe, per the tracker. So we should see him coming into screen here in just a moment. No, he's already came through. There it is. It updated on me. So Travis Forshee is self-recovering, still in the race, dealing with that lug nut issue. And Ian Parker is showing stopped on course. That was at 46, so 2 minutes ago. That's a fairly accurate update. Not sure what's going on with him. Hopefully he can get back and moving. So it looks like we may only have 3 finishers of this race. We'll see, because when Paul Wolf comes through and grabs that checkered, even if you're a lap down, it's a Grand Prix finish, and your race is done. So we'll see how soon Paul Wolf gets back to town, and it's going to be interesting if he can keep that 2 minute and 25 second on adjusted time lead over Jay Shaw. But when they came by me, I couldn't tell much of a speed difference. So they're both pushing hard towards that finish line. And in third place, Eric Gilbert was stopped. We'll see if he can keep moving or not. So I do hear somebody coming. I'm going to guess that is Eric Gilbert. Maybe we're having a little bit of a tracker delay, but I hear somebody coming. Waiting for a visual. Because on my racing tracks, I don't see anybody in the area, but I hear a race car. We'll see if that's the 1133. Again, all these Can-Ams that are brown all look the same. There's another fun shot we just saw of the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. A really cool little section, and it's going to be fun on this camera tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We are right here towards the end of the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified class. So I can see the front of his car, but the only number plate I can tell is the rear one. So as he passes, I'll tell if that's Eric Gilbert, and, well, even the back number plate is dirty, but yes, Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio splash pass up rock face here at the Brannock Bowl. So Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Gilbert Racing in that Can-Am Maverick R with Artistic Builders, JSR Performance, The Insurance Guys, and Endura Graphics. As Jack with Believe Cam is chasing him up and out. So that, I'm going to guess, is our last competitor through this section. Everybody else is stopped. And again, it's a Grand Prix finish, so even if Travis Forshee can keep going, he'll grab the checkered if he's behind Paul Wolf. Where is Paul Wolf? Paul Wolf is moving at race mile 11.5 at 46 miles an hour. At 2 minutes ago. And Jay Shaw is moving at race mile 10 at 20 miles an hour 3 minutes ago. So it's looking like that lead's going to be very similar. So I think this is Paul Wolf's race to lose. And you know what? He doesn't want to do that. So Jay Shaw's got to turn it up, or Paul Wolf has to have a mistake. Otherwise, I think Paul Wolf is going to sweep the UTV races. So Paul Wolf, roughly race mile 12 of 16. So we still got another good 10 to 15 minutes before the checkered flag flies for Paul Wolf. And remember, he's got to beat Jay Shaw by at least 1 minute. And last time, about halfway through this race, he had a 2 minute and 25 second lead on adjusted time. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannock Motorsports, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Racing, along with Monster Energy, All Things UTV, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, G-Force Suspension Technology, Maxxis Tires, and King Shock. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. And we are minutes away from watching Paul Wolf sweep the UTV class. Again, unofficial, but it's looking good for Paul Wolf. And again, per Racing Tracks, I think I'm done here, but I'm going to stay live till we see our finishers come across the finish line there at the PCI start finish. And right now, I think it's going to be Paul Wolf, then Jay Shaw, and then Eric Gilbert. So Eric Gilbert just came through. So he's roughly race mile 7. So he's got 9 more to go. So we still got another good 20 minutes before we fill up our podium. Go back to Racing Track. Oh, and just as I say that, Ian Parker, number 323, got back and moving and just headed out for lap number 3. So I was wrong. We got one more that's going to come through here. We'll see him in 20 minutes or so. So Ian Parker, number 323. Out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Eric Schmidt riding shotgun, the Flying Farmer Racing in his Can-Am with MRT and G-Force. We got somebody else coming through. Could that be Paul Wolf? I'm not thinking so. We may have one more coming in. I don't see anybody, but we'll find out here soon. I don't see a checkered flag in hand. Oh, we got somebody back there at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. So that's race mile. So that must be Eric Gilbert because that's race mile 8. So just like I was saying, Eric Gilbert at race mile 8 at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. And while you head up to go watch the checkered flag fly, make sure you swing by the Roach Coach. I had an amazing Philly for lunch. They've got burgers of all sorts. They've got cheese curds, French fries, and everything else. So make sure you go check out them. Roxy's got some merchandise. And that was Paul Wolf, the number 1018, taking the checkered flag. So number 1018, Paul Wolf, sweeps the UTV class thus far. We'll see how it all shakes out. So out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am Mavar, with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV was our physical finisher here at the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified class. We'll see how far back Jay Shaw is. Last split time I had, Paul Wolf had a 2-minute and 25-second, and Paul Wolf made it back there in a hurry. So it's looking good for Paul Wolf. Again, we have to dot our I's and cross our T's. We're going to download those trackers, make sure everybody had a clean race, and we will see how this shakes out. So how far back is Jay Shaw? Looks like he's only got about 30 more seconds to come across to take that win away. And if I don't see him in that screen yet, he still has to run a fair amount of the short course. So I think Paul Wolf unofficially just won the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified class. What a great run by him. And Jay Shaw got third place in Pennsylvania. And if he can back up another podium here, he's looking good for the national points. It's been a wonderful day thus far, and it's not over yet. Still waiting to fill up that podium here. And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, we kick off the EMC class. High noon, we kick off the Youth 170s. And then 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited class. So be sure to tune in all day tomorrow as well. Albert Contreras is tuned in, one of our great racing competitors in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Had a great time with you at the Stampede just a couple weeks ago. We hope to see you at a few more races this year. Yeah, so unofficially on my stopwatch, Paul Wolf has this race in the bag. Oh, Rusty's tuned in. Hey, how are you doing, buddy? He helps us do a lot at King of the Hammers. He's the man that gets everybody's pit spot drawn out and gets everybody parked, and just a great part of the family there with Ultra 4 USA and King of the Hammers. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Oh, and getting an update from Chip. Travis Forshee is back in action. So whatever kind of jerry rig fix they did, it's back moving. Now, is it going to hold? So that must be Jay Shaw coming into screen. And obviously the checkered flag is in hand because it is a Grand Prix finish. So once the checkered flag flew for Paul Wolf, it's flying for the rest of the pack. Holy cow. So Travis took a stud out of each wheel and put it in his old hub and stole some lug nuts and was able to get going. So talk about grit and determination. That is pretty impressive. So this must be Jay Shaw. Where's my timer? Yeah, it's in the bag. As long as everybody's tracker clears, we'll see how that pans out. So coming through, grabbing the checkered flag at the PCI Race Radio is Jay Shaw. So I'll pull up my timing, and it does look like a 3-minute and 58-second win by Paul Wolf. But to be racing for 48 miles and only 4 minutes splits 1 and 2, that's still pretty impressive. Congratulations for your unofficial second place to Jay Shaw, number 17, out of Trussville, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle in his CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R with OBOR tires, Raceline wheels, and Double E racing suspension. So how far out is Eric Gilbert? Yeah, I know my Starlink's not up to date here because it still shows them in my area, and I already saw him pass race mile 8 there at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. So I don't know where he's out on course. But unofficial, Paul Wolf wins the All Things UTV Open class and the G4 Suspension Technology Pro Modified class. Back-to-back wins. Paul Wolf is on a mission and making it happen. So we're still waiting to fill up the podium, and I think it's going to be Eric Gilbert, but Ian Parker is still on the lead lap as well. So if Eric Gilbert has an issue, Ian Parker still has a chance. So can Paul Wolf win 3 races in one weekend here at the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma? Time will tell. We'll find out tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. Central Time. Paul Wolf will take off towards the front of the pack in the 4,400 Unlimited class. He's already got 2 unofficial wins in UTV. If he can three-peat in one weekend, that's going to be a great weekend for Paul Wolf. So as we wait for Eric Gilbert, I'm going to step away for just a minute. We'll be right back to see that checkered flag fly once again. And in the short course, it should be Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio, our unofficial third place finisher. We'll see who it is, but I'm pretty sure that's what we got. So I think, again, this should be Eric Gilbert. We're patiently awaiting here in the Big B studio, and he will be stoked with a podium finish. And the checkered flag flies. And yes, it is the 11:33 of Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio out of Mulvane, Kansas with Gilbert Racing. In that Can-Am Maverick R, Artistic Builders, JSR Performance, the Insurance Guys, and Endura Graphics unofficially filling out the podium for the G-Force Suspension Technology Pro Modified class. We still have Ian Parker out on course. Not sure exactly where he's at. Again, I'm having some internet issues on the computer. So representing Area 51, we have Chris Hospin hopping in the Big B studio with me once again, keeping everything running smooth. You've been shooting me some split times and whatnot.
Yeah,
I appreciate all the help, buddy. It's been a great day, hasn't it?
Oh, man.
Where have you been hiding out at? Are you just right up the road?
Man, right up the hill. This thing has run all by itself today.
Yeah,
it's been great.
Been pretty smooth sailing.
Yep,
yeah,
for
for you. I know some other guys have had some tough days.
Yep.
So, yeah, we've just filled out the podium. It's unofficial, but it's looking good for Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Eric Gilbert. So I think Paul Wolf swept both UTV races. Can he do it again tomorrow afternoon in the 4,400 class?
Wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me either because now he's got 6 laps at race pace, and that is a huge advantage.
Right.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun out here. And again, just personally from myself and the Ultra 4 USA team, thank you to you and Area 51. You guys have been a tremendous help. Well, I mean, we can't do these races without volunteers.
Well, you guys bring the show. It's equal both ways.
Perfect. I love that you love it. And you guys, we went to dinner at your place the other night. Thank you for that. It was awesome. And it was just fun chatting and how hardcore you guys are at watching the live show during King of the Hammers and whatnot, and reliving the memories of King of the Hammers just a couple months ago. Man, what a great race that one was.
For sure. Hey, also shout out to Crossbar staff, Gary Douglas, G.
Yeah. Yep, G.
And Cody came and they did all the cooking so that we could just hang out with you guys.
It was some good grub too, I'll tell you.
Too shabby.
Yep, I saw Kelly with who made Kelly's cut running around a little bit ago. I tried hollering at him. He just smiled and kept walking.
He's camera shy.
Oh, he's something. But yeah, the Crossbar staff has a great group of guys. Area 51, obviously, your whole crew's out here enjoying yourself, but working.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's been a fun time. So thanks for that. And we're going to do it all over again tomorrow.
You know it.
All right, buddy. Well, Chris, always a pleasure. And thanks for joining us. And we'll hopefully see you tonight with a beverage. But if not, we'll catch you in the morning, buddy.
Sounds good.
All righty.
Thanks, Miles.
Yep. Chris Hoffman with Area 51. So going back to the tracker, Ian Parker is stopped at race mile 1, so it's not looking good for him. We'll see. He's not too far out of town, obviously. Oh, and just then he pings at 18 miles an hour at race mile 1.5, so he's still trying to make his way around. So Ian Parker still moving, trying to make his way around. He's still got 15 miles left to go on this course, and it is gnarly. And obviously he's having some kind of issues out there. We'll see if he can make it around. And we are getting an update from my buddy Chip that says Peanut Travis Forshee is about to come by the hot pit. So we should have another unofficial finisher here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Again, thank you everybody for staying tuned in for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We still have a hot course. Ian Parker still trying to make his way around, and he has made it to race mile 2. Travis Forshee will be one lap down. But will be an official finisher. So it looks like he should lock down 4th position here in just a little bit. Sorry, that would be 5th position because we've already filled the podium. Ian Parker is still moving ahead of him, and Travis Forshee will not be able to go out to finish his 3rd lap if he finishes the 2nd lap here shortly. But good on him for the grit and determination, losing all his lug nuts and wheel studs, taking one wheel stud and lug nut off the other 3, putting it in that hurt hub, obviously, because they got wallered out, but put it back together and made it happen. So we'll keep an eye on Ian Parker to see if he's still plugging along before we call the live show this evening. But we're hoping to get Travis Forshee across the line. Oh, and Ian Parker's moving. So he just jumped another half mile on me. We're still patiently awaiting for Travis Forshee right there at the PCI start finish. I'm going to try to get an update from Chip to see how far out he is. But I am not seeing him on my racing tracks right now. Oh, there he is. Okay, so he's still back at race mile 11 and a half. Let's see how long ago his update was. It was at 7:22. Yeah, so accurate update at 9 miles an hour at race mile 11 and a half. So he's still another 10 or 15 minutes out. Let's flip back over to Ian Parker. He's almost to race mile 3 at 9 miles an hour. So we still have 2 more competitors out moving on course. So Ian Parker still moving slowly but surely at race mile 3. So I'm going to try to zoom back in. And Travis Forsey hasn't made it too much further. He's well, I guess he's at race mile 12 now, moving at 15 miles an hour, and that was 1 minute ago. So we'll try to stay live with my kit, and I guess we can tear my mine down once we get Travis Forsey off the line, because we can still stay live, because Chris Lundy with Take It Live is keeping it live. We can keep that camera going, and I'll just sign off because I'm about to get in the dark back here, and I got a fair amount of work to do to tear down. So we're hoping to get Travis Forsey across the line. We'll give him let's see, what time is it? 7:24. I'll give him 20 minutes. If he doesn't make it, I'm calling it at 7:45. Oh, Chip's saying he has a visual on Peanut. So I believe the PCI pits is at race mile 13. So he is getting closer and closer. And there it goes, another update. He is at race mile 13. So he is bypassing the PCI pits, hopefully, to finish his lap number 2. And that's going to give him an unofficial 5th place finish, I do believe. Ian Parker has 4th in the bag, because Travis cannot go out on his next lap. So Ian Parker. So it's unofficial 1, Paul Wolf. Unofficial 2, Jay Shaw. Unofficial 3, Eric Gilbert. Unofficial 4, Ian Parker. And unofficial 5 goes to Travis Forsey. And it looks like Matt Wilson will get finishing points here. So he is unofficial 6th. And then Dustin Robbins, Gavin Smith, Nick Anderson, Mark McCleary, and not even taking the line was Perry Mahaney all day. Tough break for him, but those will only get 200 points for starting. All right, update from Chip. He has passed the PCI pits, and he's still moving. So Travis Forshee, Peanut, part of Rufus Racing, still on the move. He's approaching race mile 14. Good deal, buddy. So hopefully he'll get there in the next 5 or 10 minutes. And again, I'm going to sign off, but we'll leave that start-finish camera live and going to see if we can get Ian Parker across the line as well. But again, I'm at race mile 6.5, and he hasn't made it here yet, so he may be racing into the dark. Let's see. Ian Parker updated 1 minute ago, still at 17 miles an hour at race mile 5. So he still has at least a half hour, maybe more. So he'll be racing till at least 8 o'clock. Travis Forshee at race mile 14.5, still clicking along at 44 miles an hour. So we should see his dust in the background in the next 5 minutes or so. And that's got to be the dust from Travis Forshee. The number 2719 with Rufus Racing and Forshee Racing out of Denton, Texas. And his Can-Am with EcoStaff, Barbecue Texas, Phil's Collision, SCR Racing, Mama Ange, making it happen. So great to see Travis Forshee again. The grit and determination of losing all his lug nuts, taking one wheel stud out of the other 3 wheels, stealing lug nuts, and making it happen. Travis Forshee and Tyler Haggard. Man, what a great thing to do. I mean, it's impressive. I can't believe it. I think I'd give up. And I know RDP would. He's laughing at me, shaking his head. One last turn to go. He just hits the king kicker. And it looks like that's Mama Ange herself waving the checkered flag for her buddy Travis Forshee. So that's going to lock him down for an unofficial 5th place finish goes to Travis Forshee. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. As we wait for Ian Parker, we'll keep that one camera live there at the finish line. But thank you for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. From the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra 4 USA, I am Miles Hasselquist. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time for the Everyman Challenge race. Thank you, and we will see you in the morning.